and put ball into bat. That's a lovely hit indeed. Balled him indeed. That's beautiful. That's a good shot indeed. That's past the middle. Here we go again. That's a lovely hit. That was. That's on the slot, on the onside. It's bread and butter. That's a good hit indeed. That was. That's edged, but four side. It's going to be interesting. There we go. That's edged, cute. Yes, that's a good catch indeed. That's hiked indeed towards the mid-wicket. 140. That's good shot indeed. Oh no, that's caught. That's cute indeed. That's again a good delivery. That's up in the air. That's towards the long on region. Yes, that's a good catch. A very good catch indeed. The pavilion end. Down the track. Yes, that's fun. That's it. Good pace. Came down the track at a solid pace indeed. That's out. That's really taking it off. That's bowled into the pit, but that's a half tracker. That's a 6 on a 4 of Gold Titans have really sort of cut it down. They managed to pull it back, and the score remains. Score moves on. In the Papare goes back, and that's it. And fine leg, of course, on the other side. That's the bad delivery. Again, another poor piece of bowling. The bowler. Nicely played. That's beautifully played indeed. That's very elegant indeed. It's again on the onside. Beautiful. 410. That's a good hit in the game. Double if that happens again. The third catch. Yes, that's taken. At last, the catch has been taken. It's a good shot.
Guys, now for instance, one who's been just finished his undergraduate.
Nice. That's a good shot. To the point region.
To Sri Lanka cricket as well. So we.
That's a very good catch. That's a very.
Cricket is a skill game, but now it has.
That's a good shot again. Is that a catch? Is that going to be a catch? No. Wow. That's a no ball as well. I think that's no one Chaturanga. That's swung on the leg side. That's 4 runs. They've seen the third place for their team. Where Dabula was batting very well. They really pulled it back. The spinners. of the Doctors Cricket League, the final between Colombo and Kandy. It's a repeat of the last year's finals where Kandy beat Colombo and also Kandy beat Colombo in the league phases of the current year's tournament as well. Colombo won the toss and put Kandy into bat. Kandy is certainly delighted. Kandy was hoping to bat first as well. Kandy was hoping to bat first as well. So we're in for a good game of cricket. Should be another middling game. I mean, just in the first game it was a 139 chase, which I think the Gaul Titans chased it very easily at the end. There was a little bit of spin. There was a bit of grip on the wickets, but I think still it's a good batting track. It's a good track to score 150, 160 could be a sparse score over here. Kandy is of the opinion that they have to get at least 160 plus if they are to sort of restrict the mighty Colombo batting lineup. So it's Colombo won the toss and put Kandy into bat. The two umpires are already at the center. The fielding side is getting ready. We're waiting for the batting side as well. There we go. We could see the fielders moving in. The boys from Colombo, the Colombo strikers. And of course now it's Kandy coming in. The Kandy batters going in as well. The all-important final of the second edition of the Doctors Cricket League, which has been played over the last couple of weekends, last couple of weeks. It's coming to an end. It's a 5-team tournament participated by Colombo, Kandy, Dambulla, Gaul and Jaffna, out of which Colombo, Gaul, Jaffna and Dambulla qualified for the second round for the final qualifiers, and now it's being the final. Sorry, the third place match was won by Gaul against Dambulla, and of course now it's between Colombo and Kandy for the pinnacle of the tournament, the plum of the tournament. Jaffna unfortunately got eliminated this time. There we go. I think Colombo is going to start proceedings from the commentary box end, or rather the pavilion end, or rather scoreboard end, I would say. They're going to start with pace, or at least a bit of medium pace going to come in. Colombo will be all out to avenge for the past losses to Kandy, whereas Kandy would really love to keep the winning streak against Colombo. Kandy would be looking at winning for the second consecutive time. They were the winners of the inaugural Doctors Cricket League tournament, which was held last year in 2023, and now it's the 2024 edition, which is coming to an end with the finals, with the grand finale between Kandy and Colombo.
Tarindo Carling is getting ready to bowl the first ball of the finals of DCL Edition 2, and Taraka is ready to face the ball. First ball of the game. Just short of the line, Taraka goes back and drive it to the deep point, and a single made Ned a quick run. So Kandy is opening up their scores with a single. First ball, 1 run, and Vedita Ranasinghe is about to face the second ball. So Tarindo Carling is the skipper of the last year Doctors Cricket Sri Lanka team. He's got a brilliant unbeaten century to win the low medical last time. He's a one-down bat, a solid bat. We call him wall of the team, and a very decent open bowler who can swing the ball either way.
I believe last year in the finals, there was a Kandy doctor who scored 100 as well. I mean, I guess he's not playing today. Is that right?
Yeah, he's still in the summer singer. He's on his overseas training. He's training to be a consultant urologist. Currently, he's in Australia, working in Melbourne. And cricket has some funny connections. Fortunately, Tilna Samarsinghe is working with Dr. Sudesh, and he is also a urologist. He is also a well-known cricketer, former Jaffna St. John's cricket captain as well as a university player. Here comes the second ball. Tarindu Kalinga to Veditha Ranasinghe. Again, just short of the line. Najit to the deep point. No runs made. Good fielding done by Nishantha Karunaratne. Nishantha Karunaratne, the senior citizen of this team, a former fantastic athlete. He holds, is a quite a known athlete in uni days for his triple jump, long jump and track events. Here is the third ball. Ranasinghe just short of the line towards his leg, and Najit to the fielder Nilpol Bimsara. No runs on the board. So Kandy is 1 run without lost after half of the over is finished.
I think it's a good start by Colombo. At least the good first over, very tidy one. Bang on the money. Line and length was pretty good, except for probably the first one. It was slightly short and wide. But I think Tarindu Kalinga has been, that's a nice delivery indeed. That's a very, very good delivery indeed. I think he seems to be getting his rhythm going quite nicely. Tarindu Kalinga. Rajiv, for today's match, the umpires are Nalin Jailath and Sumedha Bandara. They're doing a thankless job, and we have the scorers, which is Tamil Madhushankar and Priyan De Silva. So they are the officials for the day's game. That's slightly drifting towards the onside, rocked back Veditha Ranasinghe and then pulled it towards the square leg region. Didn't get the timing enough, but again, they have the athleticism enough to go for 3 runs and even look for the 4th. It was a good shot indeed. It was slightly drifting towards the onside, towards the pads of Taraka Wickremege. Of Veditha Ranasinghe, and he managed to sort of swivel and sort of play through the square leg region for 3 runs. The score moves on to 4 without loss. That's a nice, again, back on line, slightly fuller, slightly towards the pads of the batter, but the batsman just happy to play it down back to the bowler. Tarindu Kalinga completes his first over. That's the score moves on to 4 without loss, with Taraka on 1 and Veditha Ranasinghe on 3.
That's a decent start from Tarindu Kalinga. He's well known for his economic overs, and he's quite effective with the new ball. He picks up wickets at times. He's a regular bowler of the Doctors cricket team Sri Lanka. We have Dilan Paranamana, the captain of the Doctors cricket team, this year captain, and he was part of the Dambul goal team who won the 3rd place. He had a very quite decent tournament in the Doctors Cricket League, and the Doctors team is heading towards a Professional Cricket League tournament from the next week, where they battle it out for the 8th edition of Professional Cricket League, where 8 teams involved. The lawyers, engineers, town planners, aviators, marketers, architects and the pilots will be fighting for the PL 2024 in the next couple of weekends in Colombo.
Yep, so I think the new bowler is Rusiru Jayatilaka. Fairly conventional and a packed offside field. Oh, that's down the leg side and it's wide. A poor start for Rusiru, not getting his header right. He was just angling it across. Maybe slightly slingy bowling action. Very interesting bowling action, by the way. A nice sling he has, but just down the leg side. And that's a wide. The wide phobia.
That is
the finals as well.
Here comes the second ball. It's actually the first legal ball, I guess. Again, it's drifting towards the leg side to Veditha Ranasinghe, left-hand batsman, and it's a wide again. Rusiru Jayatilaka is also a well-known cricketer among the Doctors fraternity. He plays for the Doctors Cricket Sri Lanka for the last 10 years, I guess. Again on the line, but nicely played towards the square leg, and a good pick up and throw, and the keeper Gihan collects it, and Veditha gets 1 run under his belt, and the score moves to 7 without a loss.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think Rusiru seems to be slightly drifting towards the leg side. Maybe it's his action. He's just slinging it across his body, maybe. And that's where I think he's possibly losing the shape a little bit.
Maybe the line will suit the right-hand batsman now. It's going to be a good battle. Taraka is a open bat, and he can be dangerous and disastrous if he gets going. So this wicket will be key. We will see how Taraka negotiate Rusiru Jayatilaka.
When you're looking at the field, I think it's a fairly conventional field, isn't it? We have a point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. And we have a third man as well. So 5 on the off and then 4 on the onside. Where's the second fielder on the boundary line? There seems to be only...
There is a fine leg as well.
There's a fine leg as well. Yeah, sorry. Okay. That's a poor fielding, I would say. It's a misfield. It's a misfield. Again, it's slightly on the slot. Managed to get it off to the mid-on region, but I think it's a misfield where it's poor fielding. So it's 11 runs for the no loss. Let's have a look at this.
Taraka is quite strong on long off and long on region. I would say they might change the field now.
I think he fetched it from outside the off stump. I mean,
that's how he plays. He can drag the ball from outside and push it towards the long on long off region. The fine leg moves into short fine leg, and Tarindo Kalinga himself getting pointed at long on.
That's a good delivery. Slightly pacey. I think the previous one was slightly off pace. Maybe and that possibly gave him that time to sort of go out and then fetch it and then hit it towards the long on. But this one was slightly more pacier.
I think he's warming up himself with the first 3 balls of wide. And then he's picking up at the speed, I guess.
I think Kandy will be really looking at setting up a good score, good target. That's an innovation. That's an absolute innovation indeed. Very nicely played as well. He just positioned himself. It was slightly premeditated, but beautifully executed. He waited for the ball to come in and just flicked his wrist. Scooped it over for 4 runs. That's a wonderful hit indeed.
That's a beautiful shot by Taraka. So Captain Kalinga bringing the fine leg to short fine leg, and he made use of it and got a boundary under his belt. That was a little bit full ball, I would say.
It wasn't that full, Rajiv. I think if it is not that full, he wouldn't have been able to get that elevation right. But I think he just premeditated. He expected the batsman to bowl around the off stump, and he expected it to be a little fuller because he got the long on in place, and that's where I think he thought it's going to be a little bit more fuller, and then he was intelligent enough. He was premeditated. He gave enough signals, but the bowler bowled over there, and then he just executed it perfectly. That's again another good shot, slightly miscued, I would say, but another boundary on the taking. Nope, not really. It wasn't timed properly, but still it gives 2 runs, a very profitable over so far. They've gotten 13 runs of the over with 2 wides, a couple of boundaries, a 2 and a single. So one more delivery to complete this second over, and already I think Kandy are 17 for no loss. Rusiru Jayatilaka going for a bit of a stick. That's a good hit. That's a very good hit indeed. That was in the slot, right in the slot. He just put his legs away, gave a little bit of space to free his arms, and just pummeled it through the between extra cover and mid off. That's 4 runs. Look at that. He didn't go to the pitch of the delivery. He just gave that little space to swing his arm through and then got his 4 runs. I think it's a very, very expensive over. 17 runs of the over. First over was a very good one for 4 runs only, but this one went for 17. So there's a bit of damage control to be done by Tarindo Kalinga. Taraka is looking pretty interested, pretty aggressive indeed.
Taraka is a quite aggressive batsman, and Vedita is a guy who would rotate the singles, and he will make sure getting quick singles and doubles. So it's a quite good open partners they have for Kandy team, and if they don't control them during the first 6 overs, it will be a a good lead for Kandy team. Here comes Kalinga to Veditha Ransinga. Yeah, that's a good single. That's a good ball. Well batted. Nudge into the off area and Veditha Ransinga gets a single. This is going to be interesting how Taraka is going to approach Kalinga and how Kalinga is going to try his bowling skills on Taraka. Taraka anyway in the mood of gets going. Anything loose he's going to punish. So Kalinga has to be very accurate. Let's see how it goes. Kalinga coming here. The second ball to Taraka.
I think Kalinga has been right on the money. He's not erred on the length. His lengths have been pretty good so far. He's not dished out any long hops or any slot deliveries. He's just kept it there and thereabouts. It's going to be difficult to sort of go after him. But let's see what Taraka is going to do. Is he going to do something to break the rhythm? I think in the previous over, Taraka broke the rhythm of Rusiru by just doing the scoop, and that I think sort of broke the whole thing. And likewise, let's see what Taraka is going to do over here now. There we go. He's trying that little cute stuff. He was looking for that slog, and then later on he decided he wants to sort of glide it through. That's a risky shot, especially when there's a third man in place as well, because even if he gets it off, it's just going to get a single. So at times it's not worth that risk to get that play that shot. But having said that, I think it seems that Tarak is sort of a player. He's going to sort of do those innovations. The earlier innovation of scoop was good because the fine leg was up on the circle. But this time, there is a third man in place and it's not on. There we go, Kalinga. And that's good fielding indeed, very good fielding. The fielding unit looks pretty good and decent. Fairly well stopped at point, palmed it off and just a single. 23 without loss. We could see Professor Chaturanga Ranasinghe in a very pensive mode. And we have Kalinga. Once again, Kalinga has been pretty good, Rajiv, so far. 1 note for 6 in 1.4 overs. Decent returns for him. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Lovely looking on drive. But just towards the mid-on region. That's a single. You could see a stark difference between the previous game and this one. You could see a lot of players like going for cover-ups. Proper strokes being played, and then of course even the fielding has been pretty up to the mark. I think it looks like both Kandy and Colombo are a cut above the rest of the teams.
Definitely. These were the team participated in the last year finals as well. This is going to be interesting. The last ball, Taraka couldn't make any runs in this over, so he will be looking for a shot. Let's see what's happening. Yes, I thought he would go for it.
That's a good shot indeed. That's a very, very good shot, and a very safe shot as well, Rajiv. There wasn't any fielder over there. He was much more straighter. He just flicked his wrist, turned his wrist a little bit to get that angle, and he managed to get into the boundary. 4 runs, one bounce into the fence. 4. That really spoiled that over. Otherwise, it was a good over from Talindu Kalinga.
That is not the line to bowl to Taraka. Anything up, he would punish you, and that is the only ball which Kalinga couldn't make it on the right spot, and he makes profit out of it, and that's a beautiful shot over the mid wicket. Taraka moves on to 20 in just 11 balls, whereas Veditha moving to 6 out of 7 balls. This is a good partnership between the Kandy openers. They are like this for the whole tournament. Veditha stays there, bat through the whole maybe 15-20 overs, whereas Taraka going after bowlers. That has worked very well for the Kandy team. Kandy is now 28 without a loss after 3 overs. And the Rusiru Jayatilaga is replaced by Nishanta Karunaratne. Nishanta is another senior player in the team. He used to be a fantastic fast bowler in the early days. Now he has moved towards leg spinning. He has some orthodox spinning. So since he has aged, he has decided to change his bowling style. Let's see how it works, but it's going to be difficult for Nishanta also because there is a left-hand, right-hand combination, and he's bowling in the power play.
Yeah, interesting to see like a leg spinner being introduced. It looks more like a traditional, conventional leg spinner. If that is the case, it's very interesting to see him being introduced at inside the power play. And as you said, when there's a left and right combination, possibly foot for thought for the Sri Lankan captains, because they don't introduce. They always have these matchups and they don't go beyond that. So let's see how it goes over here. That's slightly short, I would say. But did they come back in a little bit?
Yeah, it's come a little bit. I think it's a little bit of a leg spin, I would say. And good fielding by Ravindu Samarasinghe, the open batsman of the Colombo team. So that's how Vedita plays. He gets the ball, nudge it to somewhere, get a single, plays the ball at the merit of it, and he will rotate the strike as it is. Now this is going to be very interesting. The leg spinner to Tharaka Wickramasinghe during the power play.
Do you feel this as a positive move to look for wickets? Is that what Colombo is trying to do?
Yeah, I would say better. It's all about restricting the score, and then they will give the wicket. Tharaka is not going to stay there without runs, and I would expect a googly from him now.
There we go. Let's see how it goes. Nope, that's right in the slot, and that's bread and butter for Tharaka. It looks like right in the slot, pitched, just eased away through the covers or wide long off for 4 runs. That's not the place to bowl to a batsman who is on the rampage.
That's poor bowling by Nishanta, and there is no long off, and he pitched it up, and it's kind of full, and Tharaka made it.
I think this is a challenge being thrown up. They're trying to look a little bit more positive. Both the sides are. Nishanta being brought in, possibly looking for some wickets. Maybe with his turn, maybe with his loop. He's expected to buy some wickets. But let's see how it goes right now. With Tharaka right now on the top. That's a good delivery, I think. That's a better comeback, I would say. But I think again it's smart by Tharaka because he just didn't go for a boundary. He just had a boundary and then got a single. So that's how the rotation works. Already, they've got 6 runs of the over, three balls completed. There are 3 more to go, and they can make it a big over.
You can see the goal team enjoying the match. They won the 3rd place of the tournament. Here comes Nishanta Karunaratne, his 4th ball to Vedita Ranasinghe. That's a wide ball outside the off stump. And the score moves on to 35 without a loss after 3.3 overs. Still 3 more balls to go. Already 7 runs been scored of the over. Yeah, that's a better ball.
Yeah, it's a better delivery, I think. Good length. The length was the key there, and even the line as well. And he just came back in, cramped him for a little space. Couldn't do much. He just had to sort of nudge it and look for a single, but the single was not on. It's a good comeback by Nishanta in that particular delivery. He just have to pull 2 more good deliveries to close this over on a better note.
That's good running in between because where the batsman, they both are very quick and they push it to the gap area to collect 2 runs. This is how Vedita plays. You can see him rotating the strike most of the time. And he's a batter who would get runs, run a ball.
Yeah, he's been doing it nicely without breaking much of a sweat. He's been pushing the balls into the gaps. He's been rotating the strike pretty nicely. And I think that's an ideal foil for Tharaka because Tharaka is going after the bowling, and that will really help, for Tharaka to sort of go after further. Again, that's nicely placed towards the cover region. Goes to a sweeper cover. That's 4 runs. It was just a gentle push of the back foot, and then he just managed to race it around. I think it's timed pretty nicely.
That's a short ball, I would say, outside the off stump. Easy picking for Vedita. And during the power play, there is hardly any fielders outside the off stump on the rope. He pushed it to the extra cover area for a 4.
I think that looks like an attempted slider or googly going wrong, isn't it? Because it just kept on going straight down the offside. It would have been called a wide if it had not connected it. But still, I think that's possibly a wrong choice. Maybe like bring the leg spinner in at inside the power play and asking him to toss the ball up. So 41 for no loss in 4 overs. Today I think all 2 games, in fact even the third game as well, I think the power play has been more profitable for the batters. I think in the first game, first 6 overs, 56 was scored by Dambulla, and I think Gaul scored almost like 70. And then of course now you're seeing 4 overs, 41 so far by Kandy.
This over is going to be very interesting. Tarindu Kalinga to Tharaka. That's a little bit on the leg side to the legs. He nudge it to the square leg and get a single.
Tarindu Kalinga has only given away 11 runs in his first 2 overs. The other 2 bowlers have given away 30 runs in their 2 overs. So I think that's fairly hefty, to be honest. And I think and Colombo is looking for a breakthrough or trying to sort of curtail down. That's why they're bowling Tarindu Kalinga for the 3rd over. So it looks like they have enough and more bowlers who can possibly bowl at the death, and that's where they're sort of giving 1 extended over to Tarindu Kalinga instead of stopping with 2. It's nicely played. That's beautifully played. Lovely wrist work indeed. Towards the square leg region. Is that going to be 4? Not really, but beautifully played. Good wrist work indeed. Roll the wrist at the last moment, just to get that placement right, and that's 2 runs rather. Sorry.
Where this run is mostly a little bit of touch play, I would say, where Tharaka is most of a power hitting player. Here comes Tarindu Kalinga for the third ball of the over. Outside the off stump, push it to the mid wicket, but that's quite a risky run. But both of them are pretty quick. That is excellent running bit between the wicket. Quick call, nudge it to the offside, and a good understanding in between them, and they made it a quick single.
Oh, directly it would have been
trouble.
Directly it would have been trouble, obviously. But I think they took off together, so I think the understanding seems to be pretty good. They seem to be having a good set of understanding in terms of running between the wickets.
They should have the understanding, because they messed it up last match when they played, and I think Welagedara got run out with Tharaka.
So that's another scoop by Tharaka, and again it's profitable. 4 runs. Slightly risky this time, I suppose. It didn't get the elevation what he was looking for, but he still got 4 runs. Nicely played indeed. Tharaka moves on to 30. He's scoring at 200 strike rate. Possibly kept the short finally. Fielder slightly interested in for a short while. Very, very short while though. But not really. That's a good shot. That's a good shot indeed. 49. This is the 5th over in progress. 2 more deliveries to go. Kalinga. That's a good shot again towards the long on region. That's a poor delivery. I think earlier he went a little short. He got scooped and he went a little fuller, and he just got thumped through the long on region for 4 runs. This is good batting by Tarindu Kalinga. He's playing all around the wicket. He's playing the length. He's playing the field as well. Good cricket all around. 53. There we go. Look at it. It seems to be an attempted cutter. It was slightly fuller in length, and it just threw wide long on for 4 runs. 53. This is a big over so far. 12 runs of the over so far. All the good work done by Tarindu Kalinga in the previous 2 overs has gone a begging right now. But let's see whether he can come back with a wicket off this delivery. Colombo, the opening pair, looking really, really good indeed. 53-run partnership so far in the power play without being separated. This is pretty good going indeed. Still there is no long on. Interesting. It's a good comeback, good delivery indeed, good ending, good comeback by Tarindu. That's possibly an effort ball, which is just angled across with some pace as well. Going for that back cut, does not make any contact. There's no run.
So that's the line to bowl to Tharaka. There is no other way. You just pitch it outside the off stump maybe, and they're just short of a length line. That's the only way to bowl to him, and maybe you can try some cutters or maybe take off the pace, and you can restrict Taraka. Anything other than that is going to go after that. So Colombo in trouble, where Kandy making most of it during the first 5 overs, 53 without loss. Welagedara Ranasinghe 16 in 13 balls. Taraka Wickramasinghe 34 in 17 balls. And again they go for a next option. So other than Tarindu Kalinga, this is going to be the fourth bowler, and they are changing all the bowlers from the other end. Now comes in Achinta Taraka. He's another fast bowler, and he's going to bowl to Welagedara Ranasinghe. And this is going to be the last over of the power play, and Taraka would be looking for runs.
Rajiv, absolutely picturesque venue. Nice settings, the Buddha statues, the greens, the rocks over here, and it's a really pleasant kind of venue over here in Kurunegala at the Welagedara Stadium.
There is some exceptional view coming to you, and we are here at Kurunegala Welagedara Stadium. I'm sure who are watching this one would love to have a game here, either from Sri Lanka or from overseas. Here come Achinta Taraka to Welagedara Ranasinghe.
That's again a customary wide. I think every single bowler has been bowling wides over here, possibly with the exception of Taraka before. But otherwise, everyone has bowled a wide, even today in the morning as well as now. Is trying to sort of angle it in.
Look at that view. Look at that view. Beautiful.
That's lovely, Rajiv. That's absolutely lovely. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. That's a loud appeal indeed. That's first blood drawn by Achinta Taraka. That's taken the wicket off the left-handed opener. That's Welagedara Ranasinghe. LBW ball Achinta Taraka. That's 54 for 1. The first wicket being broken. They've been looking forward for this. They've been really looking for this breakthrough, and they get this breakthrough. That's a good delivery, but that seems to be sliding down the leg side. It looks like, Welagedara Ranasinghe is slightly unlucky, I would say. Probably the umpires are in a better position to judge it, but from the cameras, from the screens, we could really see that it's been slightly sliding down the leg side. A touch unlucky, I would say. But having said that, it was good bowling. Nice in-swinger. Nice shape he was getting in. And that's wicket number 1 for Achinta Taraka for the Colombo guys. And the new batter in is Dinit Lakpriya. That's a very, very good delivery indeed. Getting a little bit of bounce as well. A good carry, a little bit of bounce and a little bit of deviation of the pitch. Some cut is getting in. So along with us we have Professor Channa Yahatugoda. professor of parasitology at the University of Medical Faculty of University of Ruhuna. He was part of the the winning Gaul Titans team. A very happy opening batsman. He scored 37 runs as well, and he looked much younger when he was on the field. He was running around, taking those quick singles and whatever. So I'd like to ask Professor Channa to join the comment box for a while. That's again a beautiful shot through the covers. It's good to see some very conventional cricketing shots being played over here, peppering the extra cover boundaries, and also like some of the innovation coming from Taraka. Right? The couple of scoops he played, they've all sort of now starting to look like very conventional cricketing shots. That's a good shot indeed. Again, he just took his feet away a little bit, gave that space to free his arms. Didn't get to the pitch of the delivery in that very closer, but he just gave that space and sort of freed his arm towards the cover region. 4 runs, nicely flicked. A bit of footballing skills by the doctors or the boys from Colombo. That's Nilupul. Is that right? No. Okay. So Chanda, you probably would sort of share some experience, share some words. Share a bit about your profession as well, and then sort of how does cricket helps,
Yeah, so I'm from Gaul and then studied in St. Aloysius College, and when I was in the junior school, I played a little bit of cricket, but then I left cricket and played badminton because it was very difficult to play cricket and do studying, And then when I joined the university, from the year first onwards, I played cricket for the faculty and then for the university as well. Well, so being active on the field, especially in the cricket field, give you a good the shape and good mentality to practice as a doctor. And the best thing is we do prescribe lots of drugs, but on those prescriptions we never see do exercise or do sports. But I would say in future it should be one of the best, top in the list in a prescription, and then should followed up to see whether the patient is really doing something to keep their healthy life. Because all these it's setting good examples to the community. But the doctors, they do exercise by playing on the field, and then setting up good examples. So we have to be healthy to be good doctors. So that's how it goes. And then coming from Gaul and so playing in this wonderful ground is a lifetime experience. And this is the second version we are playing together. And Gaul team do have a very good spirit, and we were planning to the play for finals, but unfortunately weather didn't help us this time. But we are looking forward. So we hopefully next time we'll try to be the finalist.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that, and maybe I'm hopeful that I'll be in the com box at that time as well. So I think it's we have a left arm spin introduced into the attack, possibly the sixth bowler of the innings. Nilupul Bimsara looks pretty interesting, but again, 2 wides. He just seems to have lost his radar a little bit. Doctor, so you mentioned that I thought most of the doctors over here probably they would have played in the first 11 and then sort of given up and then gone to medicine. But you said you've that's a loose delivery, hiked a little bit, but still a single. I thought most of the doctors over here probably would have played in their first 11, very fairly reasonably all right kind of acceptable cricketing careers, and then later on they've decided look I want to sort of get into medicine and stuff like that. But you mentioned that you started only when you played only when you was a kid, and then after that you sort of gave up. So how did you come back into cricket?
Well, so I played softball throughout my life. So when I joined the medical fac, University of Ruhuna, and then I was start practicing with the team, and then they realized that I do bat well and then do ball well. So they.
That's a good shot indeed. That's a very, very good shot indeed. It was right on the slot, all right, but Dinit Lakpriya really pierced that gap. Beautifully played. It's over-pitched, but he just had to put it in, and it was a lovely, lovely shot indeed. 4 runs, 67 for 1, and that's... I think Kandy seems to be heading towards a fairly sizable score. I think during the toss they were talking about, they need to set a target of 160 plus, and it looks like as of now, as it stands, they are right on course for that. Yeah, so I think we all played our softball cricket. I think street crickets as well, on the lanes and whatever and whatnot. So I think that's something which the kids don't have the privilege anymore.
Absolutely, because so those days the mom and the dad was asking us to come back home and do some work. But now we are struggling to send our kids outside the house and do something because they're stuck with the cell phone and then the tabs and the iPads, and they do have a lot of. I'm not telling that they should not do that, but unfortunately, the time we have had, they don't have.
Absolutely right. I think we were never at home. We were always like even when we are at home, we're like we'll be playing with the neighbor somewhere. Maybe that guy will say, someone come and say, come, let's play one bump. Between the two poles, you play one bump. Just mark a stump or mark a wicket, and then sort of we play one bump. I mean, like crazy. We never stayed at home. Literally, you're right. And you're absolutely right. Kids are now become more into couch. They have other stuff to do as well, but of course they've gotten more online stuff. So I think coming into that, did this get sort of aggravated with the COVID coming in, with the lockdowns coming in?
Yeah. Anyway, when you have pandemics, society, the mentality and everything's changed. So that's what happened. The COVID hits us a bad way, and then COVID. Created a lot of new things in our society, and I don't think that they are all negatives, but there are a lot of positives in it. And only thing is we should be able to manage everything. And I'm not telling that the new generation, the new kids, they are not skillful or they are not skillless. I mean, they are very good. They do probably have more talents than us, and they are going towards the info world. And I'm not telling that we are better than them. So that is what all generation always does. But that is not the correct thing. Well, they might be enjoying with whatever they do have, but still they need to be healthy. And I don't think that by sticking into a chair and being inside a house, you will never be a healthy person in future. So they have to balance their life.
That's absolutely right. I think for the parents who are over there, as well as even the kids or children who are watching it, I think that's words of wisdom. Absolutely, because get out of your homes, go do something. I think sometimes we parents are also slightly guilty. We don't let the kids go and play on the roads, on the streets, on the lanes. We have all our restrictions in place. We look, you got to study, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to go for that class, you got to do this. I don't think we sort of ever gave them a spare time during daytime for them to even go out and play, or probably we don't let our kids go and play on the streets anymore. We have our own restrictions. I think that's something which should sort of go out. If we are to bring back a healthy society, it's healthy society not only in terms of physical fitness, but more in terms of interactions, more in terms of getting to know more people and all kinds of stuff.
That's absolutely true. And one more adding to it, by asking children just to go out and play is not good enough, but we need to provide them opportunities. Now in school there are a lot of sports and children are being asked to do sports, but the opportunities are less only competitive people can play at school. If you are a good cricketer, you will be given a chance to play cricket. But if you really you love play cricket and you are not good enough to be in the team, you will be left out from the team. So that's different to our days, because if I like to play badminton, I would have chance to play badminton. But nowadays the schools are very tough and they're looking for a better team, and it's so competitive, all these sports. So the mid and then the lower skillful children, they are not getting enough chances to play whatever they like to play.
I think does it even demand I know we're getting into a little bit of theory, but does it even demand a system change? Because as you quite rightly pointed out, in fact I was talking to some of the guys some time back as well. I think under 12, 10, 13, 15, I think they should take these competitive games out of it. Let them have matches, friendly matches, go and play to enjoy. The coaches don't evaluate them based on the number of wins. Evaluate them based on the number of cricketers they produce, or maybe certain skill sets they produce. I guess that's something which possibly has to be brought in, because when you bring in competitiveness in under 13, 15 and 12 and whatever and whatnots, so that's going to spoil, because then what will happen, everyone, there are when a kid goes in at under 13, sometimes he may not be good, but maybe that kid, if he is given, that's fired wide down the leg side, that's poor bowling indeed. So when they're given an opportunity to sort of go and express, I mean, somebody like at under 13 may not be good, but if you're given the opportunity at under 18, 17, they can come good as well. We have plenty of such examples also. But so that I suppose the authorities should possibly really look into and then change the structure over there.
Yeah, because not only the game, even the education has been so competitive because the children, they were asked to do a lot of work at home and a lot of studying at home, and they were supposed to read for the exams, and which is too much for our small kids, I would say. And so they do have the tuition classes, and so too much work. I don't think they do have enough time to even go out from the home and do a little bit of exercises in the field. And well, so unfortunately the situation is like that, and the education is the only way that you can come out with the poverty in Sri Lanka. So that has been proven. So the people.
There we go. That's a good wicket. That's good bowling by Ajintha Taraka. He's been troubling the batsman in this over. Gets the scalp of Dinit Lakpriya. Very good catch as well. Good delivery. Pitch around middle and off. Deviating away looks like, and caught the edge. A good low catch. Lunging for the wicketkeeper, took it by lunging forward. Pretty good indeed. So let's see how it goes. Here's the replay. I think that's a good delivery. Oh, that was slightly over pitch. I think the batsman was a little bit late on that, and he didn't sort of time it properly. So I think he was a little late. It was a pretty decent delivery, all right. Possibly slightly slow through the air. Slightly, but it came in quicker than the batter expected. And of course, it caught the bottom edge, and a good catch lunging forward by Gihan Attanagoda. So a good breakthrough again. 71 for the loss of 2 wickets. Is Kandy getting back into the game? Colombo 73 for 2. I think again earlier at the power play they were they were on 66. In the last 2 overs they've scored only 7 runs. So it looks like Kandy is coming back. Sorry, Colombo is coming back.
Yeah, that's right. So we were talking about the education in Sri Lanka. Well, so the system has to be changed at some point, but when the policymakers or the politicians, when they try to do it, they cannot do it because there are a lot of pressure from the other parties. And I don't know, we have to have a good leader who can change the system with some vision. Otherwise, so I don't know. So when you look at the kindergarten teaching and then the primary school teaching, we have to have Nobel Prize winners. But unfortunately, we don't have. That is because we are not generating the real skillful, talentful kids at school.
Correct. That's a bit more of left arm spin coming in from Nilupal Bimsara. Taraka Wickremesinghe trying to hoik. I think he's getting slightly frustrated. Earlier when the opening participant was going on, he was getting a lot of strike because of the single rotation and whatsoever. But right now, he's not getting the rotation in, and I think he's trying to feel the heat. There we go again. Another ugly hoik. He was playing proper cricketing shots, but now he's trying to go across the stumps, against the spin, onto the leg side. And this is what pressure can create you. This is what the dot balls can create as well. I think the non-striker should possibly go in and have a chat with him and say, look, calm down, let's take a single. There we go again. That's a good delivery. It's a very, very, very good delivery indeed. This is good bowling by Nilupal Bimsara. 3 balls on the spot. Troubling the batsman, adding to that pressure. That's a lovely length. That's a beautiful length indeed. Possibly Taraka could have gone on the back foot, but I think still it's a very good length. There we go. That's a starter. That's a bad throw indeed. Extremely bad throw. That was pressure. That was pressure was telling on Taraka. He wanted to get a run. There was no run at all. And that was extremely poor throw. A chance to get the wicket of said batsman. Taraka has been spoiled. That's a poor throw. Very, very, very poor indeed. Should have sent it on the bounce to the bowler. That's a golden opportunity missed out by Colombo. Taraka Wickremesinghe looks pretty edgy. Taraka is looking really, really edgy indeed. A wicket seems to be around the corner, to be honest, if they can persist with this tight bowling. 44 in 31 deliveries. Taraka has been batting very well, but I think he just have to settle down a little bit, ride this phase, and then go after the bowling. Udesh Jayasundara to face his first ball. Nilupal Bimson has been a fantastic over so far. He's been able to keep Taraka quiet. And he's just given away 3 runs, and that too, streaky shots, streaky strokes. It's a pressure reliever, is that right? Oh, that's good. I think that's a fairly good judgment by the fielder. He didn't go for the catch. If he had gone for it, it would have gone for a boundary. I think he was sensible enough to sort of let it bounce and then make it to a single. That run out was a big miss, isn't it?
Yeah, because when you have the opportunities, you have to take them. Otherwise, there will be frustration at the end. Because that throw, I don't know. So the bowler was waiting for the ball, and there was enough time if the ball came on the pitch, but it didn't, unfortunately, for the Colombo side.
Yep. So that's let's see who's going to continue. Achinta Taraka going to continue. Yep, he's the successful bowler so far. 2 for 11. We are watching the Doctors Cricket League, the grand finale of the second edition of the Doctors Cricket League. Look at that again. There we go. That's the missed run out. That was a missed run out. I think the bowler was also slightly off position. He should have gone behind the stumps. He was not. He was somewhere in between. I think that possibly also confused the fielder to where to throw at. I mean, if the bowler had possibly gone behind the stumps, might have got a better throw. That's Achinta Taraka with a bit of medium pace. That's a wide. I was about to say he's been bowling fairly all right, and he slips with the wide. Again, the commentators curse for the 3rd time today. I think these runouts nowadays, we don't see the bowlers getting behind the stumps as in the good old traditional ways. They seem to be staying somewhere in between and expecting the fielder to do the stuff. I'm not too sure as to why it's happening, but that's what is happening. That's exactly what happened over here as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. Rush the batter. There we go. There we go. That's poor communication. That is absolutely poor communication indeed. Taraka was itching for that strike. I think the dot ball pressure was telling into him, and he ran for a non-existent single. Udesh Jayasundara had to really sort of give up on that wicket. Oh, that's... So Kandy, 80 for the loss of 3 wickets. Again, we had a small interruption due to power failure. Apologies for that from the team over here. Daham Peer is the new batter in. And that was a... Daham Peer is the new batter in, and Taraka Wickremesinghe on 45. Taraka Wickremesinghe has been going on very well, but I think the last few overs, the dot ball pressure has been sort of telling him he's been trying to break free, but he couldn't do much. The left-handed Daham Peer is, again, that's a good delivery. Again, this is a good comeback by the Colombo team. After leaking away about 60 odd runs in the first 6 overs for the loss of only 1 wicket. Now they pulled it back. For the last 4 overs, they've given away only about 14 runs, which is commendable. With Achinta Taraka leading from the front, 3rd over, he's already taken 2 wickets and given away only 14 runs. And the left-arm spinner was quite nice as well. I think there was a run on, but again another dot ball. A good over indeed. 2 for 14. Daham Peer is on North. Taraka Wickremesinghe on 45. A lot of pressure on Taraka Wickremesinghe. It's around the halfway mark. 10 overs, 80 runs for loss of 3 wickets. It seems that the Kandy boys are losing a little bit of momentum. Early in the day when they started, when the inning started, they started very well. The rotation was good. The left and right combination of the openers were pretty nice indeed. With Welagedara and Taraka Wickremesinghe was batting on very well. Welagedara was rotating the strike nicely, giving the strike to Taraka. Taraka was going out of the bowling. Couple of lovely scoops, a few hits over the top on the offside, and it was motoring on very nicely. But ever since the dismissal of Welagedara, I think the batting has sort of gone to a standstill, where the rotation was missing, and as a result, that's nicely played to the covers, a single. I think the good thing is that the bowlers are bowling to their field. They're not dragging it down. They have, it's a packed offside field in the inner circle, in a cordon, and then it's being kept there and thereabouts. So they're unable to pierce the field. At max, they're getting a single, but nothing else. 81 for 3. This is the 11th over in progress. Nilupul Bimsara yet to take a wicket, but has been bowling very well. 2.1 overs not for 13. It's going to come left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Daham Peer. That's a beautifully driven, lovely shot indeed. Taken on the full and driven it towards the cover, sweep, deep extra cover for a single. And that's towards sweeper cover for a single. And the score moves on to 82 for the loss of 3 wickets. This is exactly what the Kandy Knights should be doing. They should be looking at rotating the strike and then going for the big hits. They got to gather the momentum back before they go after the bowling, because the Colombo bowlers have been pretty accurate as well, especially after the power play. They've been bowling pretty nicely indeed. That's it. That's gone. That is flat fired outside the off stump, going for that back foot cut or square drive. Caught behind. That's gone. That's a big wicket indeed. Taraka getting bogged down after a long time. He got bogged down. The dot ball pressure was really sort of hurting him, and he was itching to go. He had a go at it. Took a feint outside edge, and that's gone. There we go, wide outside the crease. It's nice and straight. Just a little bit of deviation. Taraka was nowhere near. He was neither in the front foot nor in the back foot. He was nowhere near to the ball. Just put his bat around. And that's a big scalp indeed. A good knock of 46 of 36. He lost a lot of momentum in the middle of towards the end of his innings. And that's a good catch by Gihan Aptanagoda. 82 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's the first wicket for Nilupul Bimsara. You could see the dejection and in Taraka's reactions. He really lost it over there. His feet was nowhere near the ball. His body was nowhere near the ball. His head was falling away, and he just switched his bat at it, and it was a brilliant catch by the wicketkeeper Aptanagoda. So 82 for the loss of 4 wickets in 10.3 overs. I think the Kandy Knights batting falling apart. They really have to put up a good score. Rasit Manatunga has a strike rate of 70.83 in 16 matches. He has scored 68 runs, highest score of 17. Not a very terrifying or terrorizing statistics, but he seems to be good in his batting, and that's where he's in at number 6. Rasit Manatunga to bat along with Daham Piris. That's again nice delivery in angle towards the middle stump, middle and leg, and then
looks like Kandy in trouble after a good start. They lost 4 wickets and their main man Taraka is out of the ground now. 83 for 4, and here comes in the captain Rasit Manatunga. Rasit Manatunga is a very eminent on-course surgeon currently working at Goal. He's part of the Kandy team for a long time. Rasit Manatunga moves to 1 run of the first ball. Nilpul Bimsara is basically a student of Rasit Manatunga from Peradeniya University. Now Nilpul is playing for Colombo, interesting. And then the Hampiris.
It's nicely played again. It's a single. I think these two should stabilize a little bit for the next few overs. Got to sort of take a few singles, keep rotating the strike, and then sort of move forward. There is a bit of stabilization period. They got to go run a ball. They got to get some runs, but they can't go for big hits. They can't afford to lose any wickets within the next 4-5 overs. They really have to sort of play these 4-5 overs with care, and then set up a base for them to go after. It's again, I think the first half of the innings, the running between the two batters were pretty good. The both openers, Vedita and Taraka, they really had a good understanding indeed, though they had a near miss. But ever since that, with the dot ball pressure coming in, I think the running between the wickets, the clarity of calling and all those things have lost it. As a result, we saw run out going as well, and this one was a near run out as well.
2 overs and yeah, that's a beautiful couple enjoying the game of cricket. I don't know, I'm not sure whether they're a couple. I don't know if that is a boy and a girl enjoying the game of cricket.
Yeah, I hope they're enjoying the game of cricket.
Yeah. That's what I said. Harold, please don't get into ideas. Now Colombo getting back their control in the game after Taraka being dismissed. It's 84 for 4, but that was an unfortunate run out where Udesh got out. Udesh can make some impact in the game. But here comes Taraka Chinta outside the off stump and a white ball.
I think Udesh literally sacrificed his wicket. I think Taraka came down the track and he came running, so Udesh had no option but to sort of sacrifice his wicket. So good on him. But
yeah, good on him. It's actually Taraka was batting well. It was I would say it was a pretty bad call from Taraka, and there was never a run. Unfortunately, Udesh has to sacrifice his wicket. Good team game.
Yep, that's a nicely driven single. Taraka should have been run out earlier as well. After that as well, because there was an easy run out which was missed by the Colombo team. That was an absolutely easy run out. It was a poor throw and poor positioning by the bowler to collect the throw as well. Otherwise, he would have been out a little bit more earlier. But now let's see what the skipper Rasit Manatunga can do, and Daham Piris as well. Any thoughts of these two batters and the batters to come? Yeah,
these two batters are at the extreme of their ages. Rasit Manatunga is a consultant surgeon. He's in his 50s. He's the most senior player and the captain. And where Daham Piris is the pre-intern with so much of energy. I think Daham will have more power and endurance, where Rasit Manatunga has the experience. Let's see how do they negotiate the next 2 overs, right? Yeah, that is a single again. There is some serious gas from this guy Achinta Taraka, giving some good pace. Yeah, there is Vedita Ranasinghe enjoying a game of cricket after giving a good start in the opening overs.
I think it was slightly unfortunate to be given out LBW, at least from our angles over here. It was slightly sliding down the leg side. But again, this happens in the game of cricket. He played a good role in that opening partnership. I think until he was there, things were sort of going on very smoothly, and ever since his dismissal, the Kandy boys lost that momentum in terms of rotating the strike and stuff like that, and as a result, they're in this trouble. They're in trouble right now. 66 at the end of the power play, and then for the next 5 overs, 5.2 overs, they've been able to gather only 23 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think Colombo is back in the game. They have to keep the overs pretty, economical. Where these wide balls giving away extra runs is not going to help them, because the batsmen are not going to go for shots, as they are in new 2 batters are there. Achinta to Manatunga. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
It's a good shot and fairly well fielded as well. Just took the pace of the delivery, pace of the ball. But looks like Rasita Manatunga, you said, is slightly aging, but he seems to be quite active as well. He's running around, getting those singles in.
I think there is a fan for Achinta Tharaka. And there's a smile in Achinta Tharaka's face. Let's see how he posts this ball.
Probably more zip now. That's a full toss. That's a full toss. He dishes out a full toss. But again, I think the left-handed Dhampir is, I would say, probably slightly missed out on that. But still, again, gets a single. So at least now good to see the scoreboard moving a little bit, in singles at least. There we go. There are more boys from Colombo.
That is, I think that is Kandy.
Sorry, that's Kandy, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Kandy team's padded up. Few guys. Jeevan Samarasena, a fantastic right-hand fast bowler with an unorthodox action. Here comes Achinta Tharaka's 5th ball. Oh, that is out on the spot.
That is gone. That's wicket number 5.
Rasita Manatunga loses his balance, and unfortunately it is this, I would say, boot. That's going to be the 5th wicket for Kandy.
There we go. Look at that. Seems to be, a Yorker delivery. Let's see how it goes. There we go. That's nicely. Oh, that's plumb. That's absolutely plumb. That is dead straight indeed. That's really, really plumb indeed. That's absolutely straight. Dead straight. Would have crashed into the base of middle stump. And that's Rasita Manatunga, Rasita Manatunga captain, LBW ball, Achinta Tharaka for 3. That's the wicket number 5 for Kandy. Good returns so far by Achinta Tharaka. 3 for 21 of 3.5 overs. Pretty good bowling indeed.
Oh dear, look at that view. This is in Kurunegala. Anybody is around this area or anywhere around the world, this is an absolute place to visit. Look at that view.
Yeah, that's absolutely
Beautiful.
Stunning indeed. Beautiful view. That lovely statue with the greens on the sides. Stunning view indeed. People who are here watching this somewhere nearby, somewhere around, please do come over to watch the match as well as see some of the stunning views. It is brilliant indeed. There we go. There is who's the new batsman? Nisal Senaviratne, the new batter in. The right-handed Nisal Senaviratne. He's played 7 matches and 3 innings. Has scored 54 runs with a high score of 32. So he can bat. His average is 18, a strike rate of 57. Not a very hefty strike rate, but I think he can bat as well. He's got a good 32. He needs to score the 32 over here if he's to take the Kandy team into a position of safety. The score moves on to 91 for 5 at the end of over number 12. A very good bowling figure. That's the end of the spell for Achinta Tharaka. Fantastic figures indeed. 4 overs, 3 for 21. The figures is as beautiful as the background over here. Lovely, lovely indeed. Tharaka has been spot on with his bowling. Scalped three big wickets. He's really brought back his team back into the contention. They were taken for cleaners in the first half of the game. In the first 6 overs, 66 runs scored for the loss of only 1 wicket. But ever since then, the next 6 overs, Kandy has lost 4 wickets and has gotten only 26 runs. Dhampir is on 4 and Nisal Senaviratne yet to open his account. And there we go. The other bowler who really sort of arrested the slide is Nilpul Bimsara, and he's here to finish his spell as well. 3 overs, 1 for 16. He's had a fantastic over along with Tharaka. Fantastic spell along with Tharaka. That's nicely played towards the square leg region. That's a good single. Moves on to 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. Kandy will be looking for a flourish to finish off, but this bowling has been fairly good indeed. They've been pretty accurate.
Rajiv has moved out of the commentary box and letting me come in. So good comeback from Colombo.
That was slightly loopy indeed. A loose piece of cricket, loose delivery, and a slightly loose shot as well. But nevertheless, Nisal Seneviratne opens his account with a single. The score moves on to 93 for the loss of 5 wickets. This is good absorbing days cricket so far. We had a good third place game between Gaul and Dambulla, which was a fairly easy triumph for the team from Gaul. They won by 7 wickets. Now the finals, the all-important finals of the second edition of the Doctors Cricket League, happening at the Welagedara Stadium in Kurunegala between Kandy and Colombo. Kandy started off very well. They had a target in mind. They wanted to go beyond 160, but right now they had a target in mind. They went up to, they had a good power play, 6 overs, around 66 runs for only 1 wicket. But ever since then, Colombo has really sort of pulled it back. They pulled them back pretty nicely indeed, thanks to the bowling of Taraka and Nilupal Bimsara. Taraka took 3 wickets and Nilupal Bimsara, fairly tight bowling indeed. So far, this is in his 4th over, has given away only 18 runs so far.
Some good fielding by Nishant there.
That's the wickets by Achinta Taraka. That's a good catch indeed by the wicketkeeper lunging forward. The first one was slightly dodgy. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That just swerved in a little bit from outside the leg stump, came back in literally, and then it was hit him flush on the pads. It's not hitting the off, not hitting the leg. It's actually straight away crashing into the middle. So Nisal Seneviratne to face the 13th and the last delivery of the 13th over from Nilupal Bimsara. It's a nice delivery indeed. Bimsara sort of squaring up the batter a little bit. Fantastic figures again. 4 overs, 1 for 19. It's Bimsara and Taraka together. They've just given away only 41 runs in 8 overs, and they've taken 4 wickets, and that's absolutely wonderful. That really sort of pegged back the Kandy batters. Kandy will be really looking forward to break free at some point in time. They have 42 deliveries to do so. They'll be really looking at about at least 140 to 150 to be in the game.
Yes, initially the projected score was around 160 when the 2 opening batters were doing well. Now it has dropped down to 145, which would be a tough target in this slow wicket to come when they are defending their total.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. Nishanta Karunaratne, the leg spinner, who went for a lot of runs in his very first over in the power play, is being introduced back into the attack, and a leggy bowling to a left armer. Let's see what the Hampiris can do. They have to target a bowler and sort of go after him at least about 8-9 runs an over. They can't sort of just leave it to meander. They got to go after a bowler. They got to target a bowler. They got to target the field, and they got to really sort of look at some runs. And that's a wide. That's a gift from Nishanta Karunaratne. The right arm leggy, a pacey turn leggy, I'm told. A good delivery indeed. That's a very good delivery. Loud shout, slightly belated shout indeed. There seems to have been some deviation. Not too sure whether that's a googly.
He bowls. It's a googly, I say. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
It is.
Oh yes, that's a lovely. I think that's off the pad, isn't it?
Definitely, there must have been a sound according to the reaction.
That's lofted onto the square leg region. That's a single. I think that area is very well protected. The bowling to the field, and the Kandy lads are still playing into the field. They're not trying to innovate. They're not trying to do anything. Taraka early on in the innings did play a couple of wonderful scoop shots, but ever since then that innovation has gone. And now it's time for consolidation. 96-5. This is exactly what dot ball pressure can do. Nishanta Karunaratne. It's a good comeback over so far after going for 13 runs in his very first over. Oh, that's again seems to be a googly. I think the batter didn't read it. It just came back. He just want to go. He went for a back cut. Want to give some space, and then cut it through the point region. Oh, what was he trying to do? Sorry, that was completely a poor stroke indeed by the batter. He was bamboozled because it was anyway on the leg side, and he was still trying to back cut. That's another missed opportunity in terms of scoring some runs. That should have been put away at least for a single, but the batter missed it completely, and that's.
It seems Nisal is not reading the bowler at the moment. It has been 2 dot balls, 3.
Yep, that's a single. Yeah, Nisal has not been reading. I think he's slightly confused with the googlies coming in and whatever. And that's exactly what happens when you sort of mix it up early on. You create the doubt amongst the batter as to whether he's going to bowl a leggy or a googly. And also, we're not talking about professional cricketers over here. We're talking about professionals who are playing cricket. So they may not be so adept to reading from the arm, hands, and so on.
Exactly. Nishant has been there for a while, so he knows how to mix his bowls. And as you said, he's a fast bowler now turned into a leggy.
That's single again for the Hampiris. Score moves on to 98. It's a pretty decent comeback over from Nishanta Karunaratne. Troubled the batters a little bit. 17 runs for 2 in 2 overs. The first over went for 13. This one is just given away only 4 runs. So it's a good comeback. 98 for the loss of 5 wickets. 6 more overs to go. The projected score says 40. I would say 140. As I would say, Kandy would be very happy if they can get the score.
Yes, absolutely. These two have to bat throughout these 6 overs to get there. I would say if you lose another wicket, that will add more pressure to the Kandy side. So they have to bat throughout these 6 overs. So the Ishuru is the next bowler, the new bowler who's been placed in by the captain.
Another spinner being introduced in the 15th over. So one of the toughest overs to bowl at. And that's the captain has been brave enough to sort of throw the ball to a new bowler called Isuru Ahesh. And again a spinner. Seems to be another young lad.
Fairly spread out field. Oh.
Yep, that's a good delivery. Yeah,
that ball kept low, didn't it?
It kept low. I think there's a little bit of underspin, I would say, in that. It just kept low. It was a good line. Let's see what Isuru can do. That's a slightly short and dragged down. But a missed opportunity in terms of the batsman scoring some runs. It was an attempted faster one, but I think slightly... It was way too short, to be honest. Oops.
Thick inside edge, getting into the bats.
That's down the leg side, a wide run, another run gets added to the total for Kandy. 99 for the loss of 5 wickets. The Hampir is on 8, Nisal Seneviratne on 2. Both of them had taken a fair bit of time. That's a no ball. That's a no ball. That's an interesting call. That's an absolute no ball. A spinner bowling no ball is a crime. Let's see what happens. I think that's a harsh call. Possibly the line belongs to the umpire. That's a free hit.
Oh, that's a huge hit. Just clearing the boundary.
That's a big hit. Yeah, that's the momentum shift, I think, what they were looking for. That was a no ball. That was called a no ball. The previous one, a free hit, and the Hampiris had the freedom to go after the bowling, and that was the big six. The previous no ball, I think it possibly was on the line, and the line belongs to the umpire. So
straight ball, just been flicked from the wrist, I would say. Good timing, just clear in the mid-on.
So I think it looks like Daham Pires can play the long handle. He can play some shots as well. It's just that he's possibly being restrained by the pressure, and that when you take that pressure off in terms of that free hit, it just went after the bowling, and it was a good hit indeed. That was much needed at that point in time. Isru Ayesh has conceded 9 runs so far with a couple of wides and a no ball and a wide. So let's see whether he can finish off the over very well. So far he's given away 9 runs off his 4 overs, 4 deliveries. So Nisal Senaviratne has been fairly sedate. Yep, that's a single. Are they going to go for the second one? Nope, really. I'm told that Daham Pires is fairly young, but it looks like he's ambling a lot more than Nisal Senaviratne. Could be wrong with ages though.
Maybe Nisal has been doing his fitness, doing his homework well than Daham. Maybe not the age.
Possible, yep, exactly. And that's good looking drive indeed. It's 11 runs of the over. I think it's a good profitable over for the Kandy Kings.
Exactly, a good over.
That's a no ball as well. That's another no ball, is it right? That's another no ball. There seems to be something wrong. That's another no ball. Oh my god, that's second over number 2 for Isru Ayesh.
So there are only 2, 3 and 4 players in the catching positions. So is it about the field placement?
Not very sure. Not really sure about it. Let's see. Hope we'll get a replay. I think it seems to be the 30-yard circle thing. There should be 5 players inside the circle, isn't it?
Yes, there are only 4. There were 4 only.
He attempted a faster one. He managed to get a faster one. It was good enough. So at least not much of damage done. Isru Ayesh going for 13 runs. A much needed over. And the score is on 1-1-1. For the oldies, it's called the Nelson. Nowadays, the youngsters doesn't seem to be knowing much about this Nelson thing. But yes, for oldies like us, it's the Nelson. So something could happen.
Something could happen at Nelson. So obviously, it's not a good sign for the batting team, good old days, that a wicket could fall at the Nelson.
Yep, that's exactly it is. Let's see how it goes. Let's see whether that happens. Now, for those who are interested in a bit of international cricket, Sri Lanka playing India again in the second one-day international. Sri Lanka batting first, 29 for the loss of 1 wicket in 7.1 overs. Sri Lanka has lost the wicket of the in-form Pathum Nissanka for naught. I think it seems that we have lost the wicket in the very, very first delivery. Caught by KL Rahul of Mohammad Siraj. And again, for those who are interested in the teams, Sri Lanka seems to be playing the same 11 with the exception of Wanindu Hasaranga being replaced by... Sorry, there are 2 changes, it looks like. Wanindu Hasaranga being replaced by Jeffrey Vandersay, and I could also see Kamindu Mendis playing instead of Mohammad Siraj. So a little bit more spin option and then a little bit more batting options brought in as well. So Sri Lanka seems to be playing with 1 pacey, which is Asita Fernando and possibly Janit Lienage to bowl a little bit of seam up, and then the rest of them are spinners. That's again coming back to the Welagedara Stadium. We're back in for a single. 112 for the loss of 5 wicket. Nishanta Karunaratne, after going for 13 runs in the power play in his first over, he's come back quite nicely. Has given away only 18 runs in 2.2 overs. මින් පස්සේ සිංහල භාෂාවෙන් විස්තර ප්‍රචාරය සඳහා මේ ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමේ නායකරේ ගාල්ල කණ්ඩායමේ නායක අකලංක මුතු කුමාරට ආරාධනා කරනවා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. තරගයේ ඊටාම වැදගත්ම කාල පරිච්ඡේදය තමයි දැන් ගෙවි යන්නේ. අපි දන්නව නිශාන්ත ගැන. ඔව් නිශාන්ත දිවේනවා. අපි බලමු නිශාන්තගේ පන්දුවට කෙසේ පහර දීමක් සිදු කරාද කියලා. වැරෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරන අවස්ථාවේදී මිඩ් විකට් කලාපයට පන්දු ඇදී යන්නේ. පළවෙනි ලකුණ වේගයෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. දෙවෙනි ලකුණ ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතාම හොඳ කඩළු අතර දිවීමක් අප දකිනවා කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමෙන්. ඔව් ලකුණු තත්ත්වය ලකුණු 115යි. කඩළු 5ක් බිඳ වැටි අවසන්. ඔව් නිශාන්ත දකුණතින් ඔව් පන්දුව රැගෙන දිවේනවා. ඔව් උත්සාහ කරනවා වැරෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කිරීමට. නමුත් පන්දුව සෙමින් ඇදී යද්දී ලකුණු දෙකක් කරා ඔව් පති මාරු කර ගන්නවා. නමුත් දුවද්දී දැවියාමකට හසු කර ගැනීමට තිබූ අවස්ථාවකුයි ගිලිහි ගියේ. නිශාන්ත පන්දුව රැක ගත්තා නම් කඩුල්ල බිඳ දැමීමට අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණා. ඔව් අපට පේන පුනරූපණයෙන් ඔව් නිසක වශයෙන්ම දවා ගැනීමට තිබූ අවස්ථාවක්.
ඇත්තටම දවා ගැනීමට සිදු තිබූ අවස්ථාවක් ගිලිහි ගියා. 6 වෙනි කඩුල්ල දවා ගැනීමට තිබූ අවස්ථාව. පන්දු රකින්න පන්දුව නිසි ලෙස ඒ අවස්ථාවට යොමු කරත් නිශාන්තට හරියාකාරයෙන් රැක ගැනීමට නොහැකි වීම නිසා ඌට කඩුල්ල දවා ගැනීමේ අවස්ථාව ගිලිහි ගියා.
ඔව් දල ලකුණු වේගය 7.41යි. ඇත්තටම මම හිතනවා මෙන් ඉදිරියට ලකුණු අවසන් පන්දුවාර 4 ඇතුළත ලකුණු 40ක පමණ ප්‍රමාණයක් ලබා ගත්තත් හොඳ තරගයක් දිය හැකියි.
ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මේ වෙන විට ඔවුන් ප්‍රොජෙක්ටඩ් ස්කෝර් එක කියන්නේ ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව ලකුණු 146ක් ලෙස මේ වේගයෙන් ගියොත් සඳහන් වෙනවා. ආරම්භක පිටුකරුවන් දෙදෙනා තරගයේ තමක අනසක පතුරවන අවස්ථාවේදී ලකුණු 160ක ප්‍රොජෙක්ටඩ් ස්කෝර් එකක් ඒ කියන්නේ ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමේ හැකියාවක් දක්නට ලැබුණා. ඒ ක්‍රමක්‍රමයෙන් කොළඹ පන්දු යවන්නන්ගේ හැකියාව නිසා අඩු වුණා. බලමු කොහොමද මෙම ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනා පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ කියලා.
ඔව් රුසිරු ඉසුරු සමාවන්න. ඉසුරු ඉතාමත් හොඳ පන්දුවක් යොමු කරේ. මෙම අවස්ථාවේදී නිලකුණු පන්දු ඔව් එයත් නිලකුණු පන්දුවක්. නිලකුණු පන්දු දෙකක් කියන්නේ මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ඉතාම වැදගත් කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට. දිවෙනවා ඉසුරු. ඔව් වැරෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. නමුත් ලෝන් ඕෆ් කලාපයේදී සුරකිව පන්දු රැක ගන්නවා. ඒ අවසරයෙන් එක ලකුණක් කරා පිටිකරුවන් පැතිමාරු කර ගන්නවා.
ඉසුරු වහේස් තමන්ගේ දෙවන පන්දු ආරේ යොමු කරමින් හොඳ පන්දු දෙකක් යොමු කරා. අර කිව්වා වගේ ඉතාමත් වැදගත් අවසාන පන්දු ආර කිහිපය තුල එක නිලකුණු පන්දුවක් හෝ ලබා දීම.
ඔව් දිවෙනවා ඉසුරු. ඔව් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී දැවි යනවා කෙලින්ම පන්දුව කඩුල්ලේ වැදිනවා. ඒ අනුව නිසල්ගේ ඉනිම නිමා වෙනවා. කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමේ 6 වෙනි කඩුල්ලයි බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩාලෝලී මිතුරියනි මෙම තරගය කුරුණෑගල වෙලගෙදර ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ සිට සජීවීව ඔබට නැරඹිය හැකි. අප දකිනවා වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ මෙම තරඟාවලිය කණ්ඩායම් 5ක් වශයෙන් බෙදී නමුත් ඊටාම සුවඳශීලී ලෙස පුරා සතියන්ත දෙකක් පුරා පැවතුණා. ඉන් හොඳම කණ්ඩායම් දෙක වශයෙන් මොවුන් අවසාන මහා තරඟයට සුදුසුකම් ලැබුවා. කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම සහ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම. අපි බලමු. නමුත් තරගය තාමත් විවෘතයි. ඔවුන්ට තවත් පන්දු 20ක් ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා. ඒ 20 ඇතුළත මම හිතන්නේ මොවුන් යා යුතුයි අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ලකුණු 30ක්වත් ලබා ගත යුතුයි.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ විකට්ටුව ඉදිරියේදී පිතිකරුවන්ට වඩා සුදුසු විකට්ටුවක් බවට පත්වනු නොඅනුමානයි.
ඔව් ඔව්.
එම නිසා ලකුණු 140ක් වත් ලබා ගැනීම අත්‍යවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. මොකද කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ හොඳ පිතිකරුවන් සිටිනවා. එම නිසා ඊටමත් වැදගත් මේ පන්දු 20 තුල වුන් ලබා ගන්නා ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණය ඊටමත් වැදගත් ජීවන් සහ දහම් ලකුණු බැගින් හෝ ලබාගෙන එම ලකුණු සඳහා තමන්ගේ කණ්ඩායම මෙහෙවීම සිදු කිරීම.
ඔව්. මේ අවස්ථාවේදී තව කඩුල්ලක් බිඳ වැටුනොත් ඇත්තටම කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම දැඩි අපහසුතාවකට පත් වෙනවා.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම ඉසුරු අහේෂ් තමන්ගේ 5වන පන්දුව යොමු කිරීමට
ඊටාම හොඳ පන්දු වාරයක්. අපි බලමු මේ පන්දුව. සූදානම් ජීවන්. නැවතත් නිලකුණු පන්දුවක්. අප දකිනවා මෙම තරගයේ යවනු ලබන ඊටාම හොඳ පන්දු වාරයක ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. තමත් එක ලකුණක් පමණයි
ලබා දිබිතෙන්නේ.
ඔව්.
නැවතත් නිලකුණු පන්දුවක්.
ඔව්. ක්‍රීඩාලෝලී මිතුරුයනි තරගයේ යවූ ඊටාම විශිෂ්ට ගණයේ පන්දු වාරයකුයි නිමාව දුටුවේ. එක ලකුණයි එක කඩුල්ලයි. තවත් පන්දු වාර 3ක් ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට තමන්ගේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරා අවශ්‍ය ලකුණු ඉලක්කය ලබා ගැනීමට.
කුරුණෑගල වෙලගෙදර ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ ඉතාමත් දර්ශනීය දර්ශන පතයක් තමයි අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ. ඩ්‍රෝන තාක්ෂණය හරහා ලබා ගන්නා ඒ දර්ශන අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙනවා දකුණු පසින් කුරුණෑගල පාපන්දු ක්‍රීඩාංගණයත් ඒ වගේම වම් පසින් ඇතුගල්පුර ඇතුගල දක්නට ලැබෙනවා. ඉතාමත් දර්ශනීය දර්ශනපත අපිට ඩ්‍රෝන් තාක්ෂණය හරහා ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේ වෙනකොට.
ඔව්. ඔව් දැන් නිශාන්ත සූදානම් තමාගේ අවසාන පන්දු වාරය යෑමට. මොහු මෙම තරගාවලියේ ඉතාම හොඳින් පන්දු යවුවා. නමුත් මෙම තරගයේ තාමත් කඩුල්ල ලබාගෙන නැහැ.
ඔහුගේ ගුග්ලි පන්දු හරහා අපි බලමු ඔහු ලබා ගනීද කියලා.
වැරෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. ඔව් උඩ පන්දුවක් එය රැක ගන්නවා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී. ඇත්තටම කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට අවශ්‍යම නැති මොහොතක තවත් කඩුල්ලක් දැවී ගියා. එම බිඳ වැටෙන්නේ තරගයේ 7 වෙනි කඩුල්ලයි.
තරගයේ 7 වෙනි කඩුල්ල බිඳ වැටෙන අවස්ථාවේදී ලකුණු 118යි පන්දු 17යි නිශාන්ත කරුණාරත්න තමන්ගේ ප්‍රථම කඩුල්ල දවා ගන්නවා.
ඇත්තටම T20 තරගයක අප දකිනවා මෙම අවසාන පන්දු වාර 4-5 කියන්නේ තරගයේ තීරණය සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වෙනස් වෙනවා. මොකද ඇත්තටම හොඳම පන්දු යවන්නන් මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ඕනම කණ්ඩායමක් තියාගෙන ඉන්නවා මේ පන්දුව යොමු කරන්න. ඉතින් පන්දු වාර 2ක් ලකුණු අඩු ගානකට වැටුනොත් තරගය සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි මේ තරගයේ ස්වභාවය.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ අවස්ථාවේදී නුවර කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමේ ප්‍රධාන ප්‍රතිකරුවන් සියලු දෙනාම ක්‍රීඩාගාරයේ සිටින්නේ. ඉතින් අවසාන පන්දු වාර 2ේදී අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට දකින්නේ පන්දු යවන්නන් තමයි මේ වෙලාවේදී පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඊටමත් හොඳ මට්ටමක තමන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩාවේ යෙදෙනවා නිශාන්ත සහ කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම. අමිල මදුරාගොඩ නව පිතිකරු බොහොම පළපුරුද්ද සහිත පිතිකරුවෙක්. තරඟ 30යි තමන්ගේ ස්ට්‍රයික් රේට් එක ලකුණු 45ක වේගයක් ලබාගෙන සිටින ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් අමිල මදුරාගොඩ.
ඔව් දිවෙනවා නිශාන්ත ඉලක්කය ලබා ගන්න ආකාරය පෙන්눔 කරමින්. ඔව් ඔහුටම ආවේනික ඉරියව්වක් ආරක්ෂාකාරී පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. නමුත් පිටිකරුවන් එක ලකුණක් කරා පැතිමාරු කර ගන්නවා. ඇත්තරම එක ලකුණ බැගින් හෝ ලබා ගැනීම ඉතාම තීරණාත්මකයි මෙම තරගයේ. මොකද මෙම ඉතිරි පන්දු 16 මේ 16 තුලදී ඔවුන් ලකුණු 20ක්වත් ලබා ගත යුතුයි අඩුම තරමේ. එහෙම වුණොත් 140ක ටාගට් එකක් ලබා දිය හැකියි කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට.
ඔව් එක පන්දුවට එක ලකුණක් බැගින්වත් ලබා ගැනීම අත්‍යවශ්‍ය වෙනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී.
ඔව් දිවෙනවා නිශාන්ත. ඔව් විශිෂ්ට පන්දුවක්. පිටිකරුවා සම්පූර්ණයෙන් පරාජයටපත් වුණා.
ඔව් දකුණුවතින් පාදක පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයා මීට පෙර ඔහුගේ ක්‍රීඩා දිවියේ මුල් අවස්ථාවේදී වේග පන්දු යවන්නෙක් වශයෙන් තමයි කටයුතු කරේ. පහුගිය අවුරුදු කිහිපය ඇතුළත ඔහු පාදක පන්දු යවන්නෙක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ඒ සමගම තමන්ගේ පන්දු නිසි ආකාරයෙන් විශේෂයෙන්ම ගුග්ලි පන්දුව හොඳට යොමු කරන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්.
ඔව් ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී ඔහුගේ ඉලක්කය මදක් ලෙග් සයිඩ් එකට බර වුණා. ඇත්තරම ඒ අනුව කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට තවත් එක ලකුණක් ලැබෙනවා. එය වයිඩ් පන්දුවක්. මා ඔබට පැවසුවා නිශාන්ත තාම විකට් ලබාගෙන හිටියේ නෑ කියා මොහොතකට කලින්.
මගේ ඔබ කියු දේ අසුනාද කියා මට සිතෙනවා.
ඔව් වැරෙන් පහරක් එල්ල කරනවා. පන්දුව රැකගෙන බාර කරද්දී පිටිකරුවන් ඇත්තටම ඉතාම පහසුවෙන්ම ලකුණු දෙක ලබා ගත්තා. ඉතාම හොඳින් කඩළු අතර දිව ගියා. අප දුටුවා එම ලකුණු දෙක ලබා ගැනීම සමගම මෙම කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමේ ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව 122යි විකට් 7යි. ඔව් දිවෙනවා නිශාන්ත. ඔව් එවරත් ඇත්තටම ඔහු බලාපොරොත්තු වුණු පහර නෙවෙයි ඔහුට උත්සාහ කරේ ලෝ නෝන් කලාපයෙන් පන්දුවට පහර එල්ල කිරීමට. නමුත් පිටිකරුවන් අවසානයේදී ලකුණක් කරා පැතිමාරු කරගන්නවා.
අතරම පාදඟ පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයා තමන්ගේ පායින්ෙන් අඩියක් පමණ එහා තිබූ පන්දුවට තමයි පහර දෙන්නේ ලොන් ඕන් කලාපයට. ඉතාමත් හොඳ පිටිකරණයක යෙදී නොවන අවස්ථාවක ඉතාම අපහසු පහරක්.
ඔව් ඔව්. ඔව් ඒවර ස්ථානගත කරනවා. නමුත් පොයින්ට් ඔව් පන්දු රැක් ගනිද්දී එක ලකුණයි. ඇත්තටම ඉතාම හොඳ පන්දු වාරයක් අවසානයේ හොඳ
පන්දු වාරයක් තමන්ගේ තුන්වන පන්දු වාරය හතරවන පන්දු වාරය නිම කරමින් ලකුණු 29යි එක කඩුල්ලයි නිශාන්ත කරුණාරත්න.
මම හිතන්නේ නිශාන්තර යම්කිසි මුලින් යව පන්දු වාරයකදී යම්කිසි ප්‍රහාරයකට ලක් වුණා ඔහු.
ඔහුගේ ප්‍රථම පන්දු වාරය ඉතාමත් දැඩි ප්‍රහාරයකට ලක් වුණා. නමුත් අවසාන පන්දු වාර තුනේදී ඔහුට පුළුවන් වුණා ලකුණු සීමා කරන්න තමන්ගේ පන්දු වල.
ඔව්. ඇත්තට මා හිතනවා මෙම පන්දු වාර දෙක වුණත් කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට අපි හිතමු මෙම පන්දු වාරයකදී හොඳ ලකුණු ගානක් යම් කිසි විදිහක ලකුණු 14ක 15ක ලකුණු ගානක් පහර දෙන්න පුළුවන් වුණොත් හොඳ තරගයක් දිය හැකියි නේද?
අනිවාර්යයෙන් අපි බලමු කොහොමද මොවුන් දෙදෙනා ඒ සඳහා සූදානම් වන්නේ කියලා. ඉසුරු අහේස් තමන්ගේ තුන්වන පන්දු වාරය සඳහා පන්දු යොමු කරන මේ අවස්ථාවේදී.
ඔව්. ඉසුරු යම් කිසි ආකාරයක පන්දු රකින්නන්ගේ සැලැස්මේ වෙනසක් සිදු කිරීමට අවශ්‍ය වුණා. ඔව් දිවෙනවා ඉසුරු. ඔව් ඒ වයිඩ් පන්දුවක් ඇත්තටම කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට ඒක සුබ ලකුණක්. ඇත්තටම ලකුණු දෙකක් ලැබෙනවා.
ලකුණු දෙකක් ලැබෙනවා ඒ අවස්ථාවේදී. ඔබ මේ නරඹන්නේ වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ලීගයේ අවසන් මහා තරගයයි කැන්ඩි නයිට් සහ කොලම්බෝ සුපර් කිංස්.
ඇත්තටම එම පන්දුර පහරක් එල්ල කිරීමට තිබුණා නේද? මැද කෙටි පන්දුව. නමුත් ඉසුරුගේ පන්දුර යම්කිසි වේගයක් තිබෙනවා නේද?
ඉසුරු ඇත්තටම වේගයෙන් යම්කිසි කටස් ආකාරයෙන් පන්දු යවන ආකාරයක් දක්නට ලැබෙනවා. පන්දුව සමහර අවස්ථාවේදී තන නිල්ලේ කෙටි උඩ එන අවස්ථාවක තිපිලෙන අවස්ථාවක දක්නට ලැබෙනවා. සමහර අවස්ථාවේදී තන නිල්ලේ තියෙන යම්කිසි පළදු නිසා වේගයෙන් පන්දුව පහතින් එන ආකාරයකුත් දක්නට ලැබෙනවා. අපි දකිනවා ගිහාන අතනගොඩ.
ඔව් දිවෙනා ඉසුරු. ඔව් ඇතන පිත්තේ යටි ධාරේ වැදුණු පන්දුව හතරේ සීමාව කරා දී යනවා. මෙවැනි දේවල් ඊටාම හොඳ පන්දු වලට වුණත් සමහරට ලකුණු 4ක් ලැබෙන අවස්ථාවක්.
හොඳ පන්දු වලට වුණත් ඒ වගේ දේවල් වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව්. ඒ අනුව සුබදායි ලකුණු 4ක් ලෙස හඳුන්වන්න පුළුවන් එම කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට ලැබුණු ලකුණු 4. මා සිතනවා තවමත් ඔවුන් දැන් ලකුණු 131යි. ඔවුන්ට 150ක් කරා යෑමට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් තිබෙනවා. ඔබ හිතන්නේ මොකක්ද ඇත්තටම?
තව පන්දු තිබෙන්නේ පන්දු 10ක් පමණයි. එක පන්දුවකට ලකුණු 2ක් ලබා ගත යුතුයි. ඇත්තටම මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාගෙන් 4 පහරවල් 2ක්වත් අවශ්‍යයි මේ වෙලාවේදී. ඒ සඳහා යොමු වීමට. අපි බලමු කොහොමද කියලා.
ඉසුරු දිවෙනවා. ඔව් ඉසුරු ඊටාම හොඳ පන්දුවක් එල්ල කරේ. නමුත් ලකුණක් කරා පැති මාරු කරගන්නවා. දැන්
යාර 30 සීමාව තුල ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙකුත් ඉන් පිටත ක්‍රීඩකයන් 5 දෙනෙකුත් ලෙස පන්දුව තනනිල සැකසී තිබෙන අවස්ථාවක්. නැවතත් පන්දුවක්. උඩ පන්දුවකට ආසන්න අවස්ථාවක්.
ලකුණු 2ක් කරා පැති මාරු කරගන්නවා. ඊටාම දුර්වල පන්දු රැකීමක්. කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් යම්කිසි ආකාරයකට
ඔවුන්ගේ මානසික ඒකාග්‍රතාවය බිඳී ගිය අවස්ථාවක් ලෙස අපිට ඒ සඳහන් කරන්න පුළුවන්.
කෙසේ නමුත් ලකුණු 3ක් හිමි වුණා එම පන්දුවේදී.
වැදගත් ලකුණු 3ක් නුවර කණ්ඩායමට.
ඔබ දකින්න මේ පුනරූපණය? ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඉතාම හොඳ පන්දුවක් ඉසුරු එල්ල කරේ.
දැවි යනවා කඳුල්ලේ පන්දුව. දැවි යාමක්ද? සමාවන්න පන්දුවාරයේ අවසානය කුරුණෑගල පුරවරයේ අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙන ඒ කුරුණෑගලේ වැව තාම දර්ශනීය දර්ශනපත වැවත් සමග තිබෙන මෙම ක්‍රීඩාංගණය ඒ ක්‍රීඩාංගණයෙන් එපිට තිබෙන ඇතුගල ඉතාමත් ආකර්ෂණීය අවස්ථාවක්. මෙවැනි පිට්ටනියක මෙවැනි තන නිල්ලක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබීම වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ලීගයේ අවසාන මහා තරඟය. වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ලීගය ශ්‍රී ලංකා වෛද්‍ය සංගමයත් එහි ක්‍රීඩා හා ව්‍යායාම අනුකමිටුව වෛද්‍ය ක්‍රීඩක ක්‍රිකට් ඩොක්ටර්ස් ක්‍රිකට් ක්ලබ් ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ආයතනයත් සමග දෙවන වරටත් සංවිධානය කරන වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ලීගය දැන් මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අප හතට දක්නට ලැබෙනවා.
අපි දකිනවා පන්දුව රුසිරු ලබාගෙන පළවෙනි පන්දුව යොමු කරනවා. පුල්ටොස් පන්දුව. නමුත් රුසිරුගේ පන්දුවේ වේගයත් එක්ක හරියට ස්ථානගත කිරීමට අපහසු වුණා. නමුත් ලකුණු 2ක් කරා පිටිකරුවන් පැති මාරු කරගන්නවා. අවසාන පන්දු වාරයයි ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. අප දකිනවා දිගින් දිගටම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ මෙම පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයා රුසිරු නායකයාගේ විශ්වාසය දිනු පන්දු යවන්නෙක් නේද?
අනිවාර්යයෙන් ඉතාමත් විශාල පළපුරුද්දක් සහිත වේග පන්දු යවන්නෙක්.
දෙවෙනි පන්දුව. ඉතාම හොඳ පන්දුවක්. අවසාන පන්දු වාරයකදී යවිය යුතු ආකාරයේ පන්දුවක්. වයිඩ් යෝක ලෙන්ට් එකේ වගේ තමයි පන්දුව වැටුනේ. පන්දු දෙකක් තුළ ලකුණු 3ක් ලබා ගත්තා. අපි බලමු තව පන්දු 4යි ඉතිරිව තිබෙන්නේ. කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට පුළුවන් වේද යම්කිසි ලකුණු 150ක් කරාවත් යෑමට.
තව පන්දු 4ක් ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා. නැවතත්. වයිඩ් පන්දුවක් තවත් ලකුණක් කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායමට. තවත් පන්දු 4ක් අතේ ඉතිරිව තිබෙනවා. අපි බලමු.
තරගය නැරඹීම සඳහා විදේශිකයන් පවා සහභාගී වෙන ආකාරය ඔබට දිස්සෙනවා ඇති.
ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව යනු සියලු දෙනාටම තමන්ට ආදරය කරන ක්‍රීඩාවක් බවට පත් වී තිබෙනවා. නැවතත් පහරක්. වේගවත් පහරක් එක ලකුණයි. මිඩෝන් කලාපයෙන් පන්දුව නැවතත් බාර කරනවා රුසිරු වෙතට.
ඇත්තටම රුසිරුගේ පන්දුව අපි කියන ලිෆ්ට් කරගන්න ටිකක් අපහසුයි. පන්දුව 6 පහරකට යවා ගැනීමට අවශ්‍ය 5 වගේ පන්දුව පැමිණියේ. එම නිසා තමයි මිඩ් ඔන් කලාපයට just short වැටුනේ ඇත්තරම. ඔබ ඒවරක් දකින්නවා. යෝක ලෙන්ත් එකේම පන්දු යෑමට රුසිරු උත්සාහ කරනවා. හොඳ පන්දු වාරයක් ඇත්තරම.
ඉතාමත් හොඳ පන්දු වාරයක්. අවසාන පන්දු වාරය රුසිරු වෙතින් ලකුණු 6ක්
පමණයි ලබා දී වෙන්නේ.
ලකුණු 6ක් පමණයි ලබා දී පිටු වෙන්නේ.
තාත් පන්දු දෙකක්. ඔහු මේ පන්දු දෙක නිසියාකාරව යවුවොත් ඇත්තරම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමේ ලොකු අස්සසිල්ලක්.
නැවතත් වැරෙන් පහරක් මිඩෝන් කලාපය හරහා එක ලකුණක් ලබා ගන්නවා. දෙවන ලකුණ සඳහා පිටුත්කරුවන් පැතිමාරු කර ගන්නවා. ලකුණු 2යි.
ඇත්තටම අපි දකින කඩළු අතර දිවීම නම් ඊටම දක්ෂ අන්දමෙන් සිදු කරා මොවුන්.
අනිවාර්යෙන් මොවුන් වෛද්‍යවරුන් මොවුන් පළදු පුරුදු ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකයන් නොවේ. ඔවුන්ගේ ශරීර ශක්තිය හොඳින් පවත්වාගත ආකාරයක් තමයි අපිට දක්න ලැබෙන්නේ.
ඔව්. ඇත්තටම අප මාත් වෛද්‍යවරයෙක් වශයෙන් සතුටු විය යුතුයි ඩොක්ටර්ස් ක්‍රිකට් ලීග් එකට සම්බන්ධ වීම ගැන. සමේ වගේ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් ඕගනයිස් කිරීම ගැන.
දැවි යනවා අවසාන පන්දුවේදී කඩුල්ලක් හිමි කර ගන්නවා රුසිරු ජීවන් සමරසේන දැවි යනවා ලකුණු 11කට අවසාන පන්දුවේදී වැරෙන් පහරක් සමා වෙන අමිල දැවි යනවා කෙලින්ම පැමිණි පන්දුව
එය නිසක වශයෙන්ම දැවි යාමක් කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
අනිවාර්යෙන් දැවි යාමක්. නමුත් කැන්ඩි නයිට්ස් කණ්ඩායම ලකුණු 143යි විකට් 8යි පන්දු වාර 20යි රුසිරු ජයතිලක තමන්ගේ අවසාන පන්දුවේදී විකට්ටුවක් දවා ගන්නවා ලකුණු 25යි පන්දු වාර 2යි.
ඔව්. ඇත්තටම මෙය වෛද්‍යවරුන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලිය ඩොක්ටර්ස් ක්‍රිකට් ලීග් තරඟාවලියේ අවසාන මහා තරඟය. ලකුණු 143ක ඉලක්කය ලබා දුන්නා කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම. කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම ඇතරම මම හිතන්නේ 144ක් ලබා ගත යුතුයි.
144ක් ලබා ගත යුතුයි පන්දු වාර 20ක් තුර කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම අපි දක්නට ලැබෙනවා. තාරක වික්‍රමගේ ලකුණු 46යි පන්දු වාර 36ක් ඇතුළත
ඇත්තම ඉතා ප්‍රවේගකාරී ඉනිමක් ක්‍රීඩා කළා නේද?
අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම වේදිත රණසිංහ සහ ඔවුන් හොඳ කණ්ඩායම් හොඳ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් තබා ගත්ත ප්‍රථම විකට්ටුව සඳහා ඉන්පසුව වේදිත දැවී යාමත් සමගම අපි දක්නට ලැබෙනවා
යම් කිසි ආකාරයක ඉනිමේ කඩා
වැටීමක් නැවතත් ජීවන් සහ අමිල එක් වී අවසාන පන්දු කිහිපය ඇතුළත හොඳ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් තබාගෙන ලකුණු මේ ආකාරයට ගෙනීමට හැකියාව ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා.
ඔබ දකිනවා මේ සම්බන්ධතාවන් පළවෙනි කඩුල සඳහා තිබූ 54ක සම්බන්ධතාවය තමයි හොඳම සම්බන්ධතාවය. පන්දු 31ක් තුලයි වුන්නේම ලකුණු සංඛ්‍යාව ලබා ගන්නේ. ඉන් පසුව ඇත්තටම අපි දකින්නේ විශාල වශයෙන් තාරක සහ දිනිත් අතර තිබූ සම්බන්ධතාවය සහ නිසල් සහ දහම් අතර තිබූ සම්බන්ධතාවය පමණයි. අවසාන වශයෙන් අවසාන කඩුල සඳහා ලකුණු 25ක සම්බන්ධතාවය පවත්වා තිබෙනවා. ඉතාම වැදගත්.
පන්දු 17ක් තුල.
ඔව්. අපි බලමු ඒ අනුව කොළඹ කණ්ඩායමට ලකුණු 144ක ඉලක්කයක් ලබා දී තිබෙනවා කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම විසින්. අපි දන්නවා කැන්ඩි කණ්ඩායම ඉතාම දක්ෂ පන්දු යවන්නන් ඉන්නවා. හොඳ පන්දු රකින්නන් ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේම කොළඹ කණ්ඩායම ඉතාම හොඳින් පහර දෙන්නන් ඉන්නවා. ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක් වේවි කියලා මා සිතනවා.
අනිවාර්යෙන් අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ පන්දු යවන්නන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවයන් නිලුපුල් විකට් කඩුළු 1යි පන්දු 19 ලකුණු 19ක් පමණයි ලබා දී තිබෙන්නේ නිලුපුල් 4.75ක් පමණයි ලකුණු ලබා තිබෙන්නේ තමන්ගේ පන්දු වාර 4 ඇතුළත අචින්ත ලකුණු 5.25ක් ලබා තිබෙනවා විකට් 3ක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා ලකුණු 21කට ඉතාමත් විශිෂ්ට
අචින්ත අද ඉතාම හොඳින් පන්දු යවුවා. අපිට දැක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔහුගේ නිලකුණු පන්දු 14ක්
නිලකුණු
පන්දු 24න් පන්දු 14ක් නිලකුණු පන්දු ලෙස ඔහු යවා තිබෙනවා.
අනිවාර්යෙන් පන්දු ඕවර දෙකකට වඩා නිලකුණු පන්දු ලබා දී තිබෙනවා. ඔවුන්ගේ දැන් අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙනවා දැවියාම් ඒ වගේම හතරේ සීමාව කරා යමු පන්දු වාරයන් ඉතාමත් හොඳින්
තාරකගේ පහර
ඩිල් ස්කූප් පහරක්.
yes. ඇතරම තරිදු කාලිංග මාදුර ඉතාම හොඳ දක්ෂ වේගපන්දු යවන්නේ. අද තරිදු කාලිංගට යම්කිසි ප්‍රහාරයක් දියත් වුණ ආකාරය ඔබතුටුවා නේද?
අනිවාර්යයෙන් මේ තන නිල්ල තුල වේග පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඊතරම් සුබදායි තත්වයක් නොවේ දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ. විශේෂයෙන් දඟ පන්දු යවන්නන් දඟ පන්දු යවන්නන් හොඳ ආකාරයෙන් තන නිල්ල පාවිච්චි කරපු ආකාරයක් තමයි දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ. වේග පන්දු යවන්නන් දිගටම පහර දීමට ලක් වූ අවස්ථාවක් තමයි මේ ඉනිම තුල අපිට දක්නට ලැබෙන්නේ. අපි බලමු ඊළඟ ඉනිම ඇතුළත අපි කොහොමත් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා තන නිල්ල තවත් සෙමින් ගමන් කරයි කියා. අපි බලමු කොහොමද නුවර කණ්ඩායම සමහර විට දඟපන්දු යවන්නන් මුලින් යොමු කිරීමට අවස්ථාව බොහෝ ඉඩ තිබෙනවා.
ඔව් අපි තවත් විනාඩි 10කින් පමණ එම ඉනිමේ අපේ තරගයේ දෙවැනි ඉනිම ආරම්භ කිරීමට සූදානම්. අපි මද විරාමයකින් නැවතත් ඔබ හමුවට පැමිණෙනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි. ස්තුතියි.
All right, there we go. The Colombo team onto the chase. They have to score 144 to win this match. Kandy had a decent recovery after they had an initial great start, and then later on sort of moved back into a slow scoring mode. They pulled back a little bit, quite a bit by the way, but I think towards the end they just sort of held on, and they managed to sort of kick on to 143. I think it's a decent score. May not be sufficient. They must be feeling that they're about 10 to 15 short. But let's see how it goes. There we go. It's Suneth into the attack. And they have to bowl to Suneth Sudarshana to bowl to Nilupul Bimsara. It's a bit of a left arm stuff. Left arm medium pace. Bowling seems to be bowling some kind of cutters into the pitch. And Nilupul Bimsara, the man, one of the chief architects of the Colombo team's comeback, with some skillful bowling right in the middle of the overs, right in the middle of the phase of the game. And he's about to take strike. That's nicely clipped towards the square leg region. It's a single. And Kandy opens his account, and Colombo opens the account, and Nilupul Bimsara opens his account as well. One without loss. Ravindu Samarasinghe, the man on strike. Again, outside the off stump, probing outside the off stump, going for it was a foolish length, but the batter going on the back foot, but no damage done. For those who are interested in cricket, international cricket, Sri Lanka batting first, lost the figure of Pathum Nissanka in the very first delivery, but then there was a good partnership between Avishka Fernando and Kusal Mendis. But just a while ago, right now, both the set batters have been dismissed by Washington Sundar, and Sri Lanka 79 for the loss of 3 wickets in 18.1 overs, with Pathum Nissanka for note, Avishka Fernando for 40, cotton bowled by Washington Sundar, and Kusal Mendis, LBW, bowled Washington Sundar for 30. Now it's Adira Samaravikrama, possibly joined by, hopefully, he'll be joined by Charita Salanka. And Sri Lanka making 2 changes for this game. They replaced the injured Wanindu Hasaranga with Jeffrey Vandersay. Wanindu Hasaranga has been ruled out from the ODI series because of a hamstring injury. And they've also replaced the debutant Mohammad Shiraz with Kamindu Mendis. And now they have the hand over here in Kurunegala. That was hit right towards the non-striker. He just put his hand down to defend himself a little bit. Seems to be in a bit of bother. Hopefully there is nothing serious. Ravindu Wickramasinghe denying a few runs for Nilupul Bimsara. But hope there is no damage done. All ends up well and all good. It's 2 without loss, and this is the first over in progress. The new bowler Suneth Sudarshana yet to complete his over. Is into his last delivery of the first over, which is pushed down the leg side. No runs. It's a good tight first over. 2 runs at the end of over number 1. So at 80 for 3 at the end of over number 1. A good set start by Kandy. A good tight first over, just giving away 2 runs. Kandy Knights trying to defend a score of 144, whereas the Colombo will be really looking forward to chasing it down and to win their first ever title of the Doctors Cricket League. The first one, this is the second in the series. The first one was played last year, and the same Kandy team beat Colombo in the finals with a Centurion as well. But the Centurion, of course, is not with Kandy anymore. He's gone out of the country. The new bowler in Nisal Senaviratne, bowling from the rock end, or if I may to say so. And it's Ravindu Samarasinghe to take guard. Ravindu Samarasinghe on 1, Nilupul Bimsar on 1, and the score on 2 without loss. This is the second edition of the Doctors Cricket League played at the Welagedara Stadium in Kurunegala. It's a lovely setting again. The weather has been so beautiful, so great. It's so lush and green and quite yellowish as well. Left arm seam up, left arm over the wicket. Oh, that's bowled him. That's bowled him. That's off the inside edge. Takes the leg stump out. That's wicket number 1. That's wicket number 2. Sorry, that's wicket number 1. That's first blood drawn from... That's first blood drawn by Colombo. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. It was not short enough to cut. They should have taken it on the full or gone in the front foot. He just made the mistake of camping on the back foot, trying to play squarer. That was a little too full to play that short cut. And it just caught the inside edge, back onto the stumps. That's Ravindu Samarasinghe back in the hut. The score, he's out for 1. Bowled by Nisal Senaviratne. And the score is on.
Very important wicket to Kandy. The first wicket falling in the second over. Now 2 runs, 1 wicket.
There's a very poor stroke in it. It was too close to cut, as well as could have gone on the front foot. It was just slightly outside the off stump, not enough width. The batsman went for the cut, cramped for space. It wasn't short enough either, and it just didn't do much. Just got the inside edge back onto the stumps, and that's wicket number 1. Isuruhai is the new batsman. That's played on the onside towards the mid-wicket region. A single. The score moves on to 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. Nisal Senaviratne taking that first crucial breakthrough. We could see Dr. Rajiv Nirmalasingham, representative of the Sri Lanka over 40 cricket team in the recently concluded World Cup in South Africa. This was actually in February.
Rajiv has been a real talent in Sri Lanka Doctors cricket over the last 2 decades, I would say. He has been playing a sheet anchor role in developing Doctors cricket, and he himself is an excellent batsman and a pace bowler. Nisal coming in.
Yeah, I think just a while ago he was just raving around the 6th apparently he had hit yesterday, and it has apparently hit the side screen and come back, something of that. So that's the raving he was telling me just a while ago on the sides. But yeah, Rajiv is an absolutely passionate cricketer. Passionate sportsman, in fact. He's even played rugby at university.
Exactly. Apparently. During university time, he played, at least he played about 3 games, so 3 or 4. Football, rugby, and cricket.
Yeah. He claims that soccer was his number 1 game at school times. He was an old boy of Jaffna, St. John's College Jaffna, and also Hindu College Colombo. He had played cricket at St. John's Jaffna at under 15 levels and whatever, and then after that, he's moved on to Colombo Hindu College, and he played possibly cricket and soccer there as well. So Rajiv, yes, he's a passionate sportsman, and he's doing a lot of other work as well in terms of cricket, in developing cricket in Northern East.
Yes.
And along with that, he's involved with the Doctors cricket as well.
Nisal again coming in. That's a huge hit. Oh, is it a hit?
That was slightly miscued. It looked like a good, powerful hit, but not really. It was actually skewed more towards the point region. He was, I think, trying to go over extra cover. It really didn't. Possibly, it just turned a little bit here and there, and it just cued it over, but no damage done. They managed to sneak away 2 runs. The score moves on to 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. Nilupul Bimsara, the opening batsman, and a left arm spinner. Really looking forward to chasing this down. 6 without loss, 6 for 1. This is the second over in progress.
Again, Nisa left arm pacey. Oh,
Good delivery, squared the batsman a little bit. It really squared Nilupul Bimsara. He was just looking at side on, but managed the drift what he was getting. It just sort of squared him up a little bit. Managed to sort of edge it through to the vacant slips region. No damage done. Six for the loss of 1 wicket. This is the second over in progress. We are in the second edition of the Doctors Cricket League, which is being played at the Welagedara Stadium in Kurunegala. We're really hopeful that this tournament will continue from strength to strength and more teams will get added over a period of time. That's nicely played. A good touch, good deft touch and run. The score is on 7 at the end of over number 2. So it's a slow, steady start for the boys from Colombo. They're scoring 7 runs in 2 overs, whereas the Kandy boys has managed to take a wicket, the very first wicket.
yes, of course, we can see Nilupul and Isuru is still not properly settled in. They're just trying to take the ball, trying to middle the ball from the bat, still getting some thick edges in and out. So we'll see whether they can settle in the next couple of overs. The power play is on. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players within the 30-yard circle. And Suneth Sudarshana in his second over.
It's again a bit of a yes and no, but managed to turn back. Yeah, managed to turn back on the nick of time, and of course very good fielding. He really attacked that ball. Came all the way from the mid wicket region to prevent the single. Fairly tight, close-in cordon, tight field indeed. I think you could see that the close-in fielders, as in the inner ring fielders, are at least like 5 feet inside the ring. They're just trying to stop those singles, quick singles, the step and runs. They've realized that the batters are not going for the big hits. They're just creeping in a little bit.
That's a thick edge.
Down the leg side.
It's a call, but must have hit the thigh pad.
Yeah, that's down the leg side. I thought it could be a wide, but seems to have clipped something. So possibly, or somebody in the crowd's asking for review as well. Sorry, wait. There's no DRS over here. Let's see.
That's hit in the thigh pad, I would say.
Yeah, I think that brushed something for sure. Yeah, possibly the thigh pad. Good call by the umpire. Very good umpiring indeed over there. It was very close to the bat and the thigh pad, but it looks like it just hit the thigh pad and not given a wide as well, so which is nice.
That's a huge hit. That is running down for 4. Oh, some trying to did not succeed. It's 4 runs to Nilupul.
Correct. It's a wonderful shot indeed, and bit of poor fielding. I think the soccer skills aren't really working out over here. He tried to sort of do a little bit of a block, but it didn't happen. Maybe a little too lazy to bend. It's a late evening kind of thing, so must be a little fatigue setting in. Could have stopped it, by the way, for the team. Say, oh, that should have been stopped. That really should have been stopped. That's poor cricket indeed. Exactly. Where's the slide? Bring it on. It's nicely played towards the mid-off region for a single. Score moves on to 12. Isuru Ahesh on 1. And Nilupul Bimsara on 9.
So Suneth Sudarshana, right arm, medium pace, coming right arm over to Isuru Ahesh.
It's interesting to note that there is no fine leg and third man. I think both of them are in the cordon. The two outer ring fielders are at deep mid-wicket and long on.
There's short fine leg within the 30-yard circle.
Correct. There's
just
short
to
fine
cut
leg
down the single.
Yeah. So the outer fielder, the boundary riders are the two boundary riders are on both on deep mid-wicket and deep long on. So
his left arm over the wicket. That
was tough. That was a tough one. It just went over it. Possibly a better fielder, maybe at international level, could have taken it, or maybe a couple of steps could have done it better. But of course, we can't expect that professionalism over here. This is they are professional doctors playing some cricket out of passion.
Oh, that's a good stretch actually.
That's a pretty good stretch indeed.
That's a good stretch.
Yeah, that's a pretty good stretch indeed. Must give credit for that. Maybe a couple of steps back could have caught it easily, but very well tried. Hats off, 100 marks to the doctor over there.
I think that's Vedita Ranasinghe, who played good knock.
Yeah, he batted very well. Yeah, he batted very well. He was actually keeping the scoreboard ticking, and he was supporting Taraka very well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and ever since he got out, I think that whole momentum shifted. Taraka lost his momentum as well, and then the dot ball pressure started coming in, and they lost their way out. So that was a key moment in the game. Now let's see what Nisal Senaviratne is going to do. This is the second over.
Left arm over the wicket.
That's again Nilupal Bimsara. Goes after it, miscued again, slightly towards the inner half of the bat, and goes to the deep mid-wicket region for a single.
Looking at the bowling action of that's the previous, I would say, half a chance.
It was a tough one. I mean, to be honest, I mean, let's be very fair to the field. It's an absolute tough one. Possibly you can't even call it as a chance. Possibly a couple of I mean, if you had judged it better,
maybe
probably
half
would have
or
gone.
quarter a chance.
Yeah, exactly. That's off the thigh pad.
Pitched outside the leg stump.
Peel for a run out. A direct hit by the wicket keeper, but no luck that time.
So the bowling action of Nisal Senaviratne coming wide from the crease, left arm over, hitting the ball just across the batsman, and we don't see any slip-on position. And batsman seems to be struggling to hit the ball, which is coming across the body.
Yeah, I think it's possibly the slowness.
That came in. That really came in.
That actually cut back in, but I think it's a good stretch, and possibly it was slightly. I mean, the umpire indicates that it's on the thighs. Let's look at the replay. Oh, that looks interesting. But that looks interesting. In fact, it's not on the thighs. It's actually on the pad, on the flap of the pad. Possibly, it might have been an umpire's call on the off stump, hitting hitting the stumps. Goes for that big hoik again. Again, they're looking for runs now. 15 for 1 into the power play. It's the fourth over going on. They've not got sufficient runs, so that's where they're really looking at it. They really need to go after. It seems that both the teams, I mean, all the teams who batted first have had good power plays, but they were not able to had good power plays, but they were not able to sort of press on from there. So it looks like Colombo is looking for a good power play so that they can cover up. It seems that batting in the second half is a bit more tougher.
That's just gone over the deep fine leg for 4 runs. That's a good shot.
The very good shot, good awareness on the field. Just the ball just came in. It was onto the pad. He just sort of put it over the shots over in square legs, backward square legs, head into the boundary for 4 runs. It was nicely timed. Yep, just helped it on its way. Simple, nice and easy. That's a boundary.
So power play is still on. There's only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So I think what they should do is just do the placement well. That's a good shot again. Just 2 runs. It's only 1 run.
Single. That's a single. I think the striker guilty of ball watching. He thought it's gone off all money. He thought it's going to go into the boundary, but it didn't. They could have gone for the second run if they had taken the first run faster. I think the striker was slightly taken off guard over there. So 20 at the end of over number 4. 20 for 1. Nilupul Bimsar on 10 and Isuru Ahesh on 8.
So these are the scorers from Sri Lanka Cricket, helping out the Doctors Cricket League. Sri Lanka Cricket has been helping out the Doctors tournament even for the second time,
Correct.
which is a good gesture.
And the two scorers are Chamil Madhushankar and Priyan De Silva. Priyan De Silva, by the way, is a journalist as well, so hoping that there'll be some nice articles coming over in the coming weeks or coming days. And the two umpires in the middle are doing a fairly good job, Nalin Jayalat and Sumedha Bandara. Umpiring at times can be a thankless job because normally we blame the umpires, but we never sort of appreciate the umpires. So big thanks to the umpires over there as well.
Exactly. So again, Nisal. Or is it Sudesh?
It's Nisal Senaviratne. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot indeed. Pierced that gap through the cover and point region. That's 4 runs. That was picked to precision. He just waited on it, let the ball come in, and then just punched it through the gap for 4 runs. That's a good shot indeed. Isuru Ahesh. Look at that. Look at that. He just picked it up from the wicketkeeper's hands. Literally. And that's 4 runs.
Isuru Ahesh has been having a small injury in his toe, but still it seems to be running pretty well.
Is that something which is sustained during the tour?
That looks close.
That's a loud appeal indeed. That's a very loud appeal indeed. Very confident one. The fielders are dejected. It certainly looks closer, but I'm just wondering whether it is drifting down the leg side. Yep, that
maybe
pitched outside the leg stump.
Exactly, yeah, maybe possibly pitched outside.
Yep. I think it pitched outside the leg stump. I think it's a good call by the umpire. It is crashing into the stumps, but it certainly is a good call by the umpire. It is pitched outside the leg stump. Sunet Sudarshan. Sorry, you are right. Yeah, that's again drifting down the leg side. He's bowling to his field. I think his boundary riders are on the onside. He's keeping it on around the leg stump, getting the ball to sort of jab back a little bit here and there as well. So it's 13. He's given away 13 runs of 2.3 overs, and this is the 5th over in progress so far. CSK, not Chennai Super Kings. I guess it's Colombo Super Kings, is that right?
It's Colombo Super Kings.
Yeah. They should be wearing yellows. Where are the yellows?
We should suggest that sometime. I was also wondering. They can wear yellow.
Yeah, I saw Gol Titans, which can be called Gujarat Titans as well. But we also had a Gol Titans in LPL, if I remember right, some time back.
Yeah, now they seems to be following the LPL model.
Yeah. It's nicely played towards the point region. It's a single. Good run. That's good running between the wickets. 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. 2 more deliveries or 8 more deliveries for the power play to be completed. I mean, the CSK, which is the Colombo Super Kings, will be really looking forward to having a good finish to the power play, at least to get it around 40 runs, which they'll be happy with the current situation. That's a full toss. I think it's a missed out. It's a missed opportunity. Should have just put it on top of that fielder's head. It would have been 4 runs. There was no one over there. But that's a freebie which has been missed out. Some nice spectators over here. We could see some colourful spectators as well.
Yes.
Good to see them. International. There we go. 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. The 5th over in progress. That's the last ball of the 5th over. Sunesh Sudarshan. That's popped up. Oh, that's lucky. That's lucky. That was an innocuous looking delivery and innocuous looking stroke as well. It was too casual by the batter, but he's so lucky that it just didn't find the fielder. It just popped up off the leading edge. That was absolutely lucky. It would have easily gone to the fielder at mid-off, but nothing, no damage done. A single and 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. This is at the end of over number 5. There's a bowling change from the far end, where Amila Kodikara seems to be a spinner being introduced. I think I could sense a left arm spinner coming through, which is Amila Kodikara. Let's see what he can give on this pitch. This pitch has been fairly receptive to the spinners, though I would still say like it's been good for the batters as well. But it does given them a little bit of turn and a little bit of bounce as well, which has been exploited fairly well by all the spinners all the doctors. Oh, can we call them spin doctors? We can't, right? Can we call them spin doctors? The doctors can't.
You can call them anything.
All right, okay. Yep, there we go. Amila Kodikara come into the attack in the last over of the power play, 27 for 1.
Yeah, Colombo needs a good over. They need a good over just to come out of the power play well. That's a good shot. Misfield, maybe 2 runs. They are coming back. Good running between wickets by Colombo. 29 for 1.
That was poor fielding. That was absolutely poor fielding. Should have been no run or maximum a single, but just converted into 2. That was sloppy over there at the extra cover region. 29 for the loss of 1 wicket. Amila Kodikara slightly slower through the air this time. But I could see that the batters are not really showing any intent to go after the bowling. I think they probably want to play the waiting game, preserve the wickets, and then go after it toward the latter part. I'm not too sure whether that's the right strategy. There we go. You can see that. This is fairly defensive cricket by the Colombo. They're not going after they're not trying to maximize on the field restrictions. They're not trying to go after. This is the last over of the power play. Just 3 more deliveries to go. But they just scored only 29 runs. By far today, this is the lowest. Oh, that's a good shot. Not really. It was just ballooned it over the short extra cover fielder. That's a single. Score moves on to 30. Prof, didn't see any intent from the batters today, isn't it? As in any intent from the CSK batters. They've been quite quite happy with the singles. Quite happy with the field. It seems
none of them have been really settled in and middle in the ball. So none of them have cleared the boundary very effectively, I would say. So they're still not settled in. That's a good hit.
That's going to be a catch,
just maybe.
Oh, that's a good catch.
That's a good catch.
That's a very, very good catch indeed. There we go. They would just try to clear the ropes. It ballooned more in the air. It didn't get the distance, and it was a very good running catch at the mid-wicket region. A square leg to mid-wicket region. That's a very good catch indeed. That's Bimsara loses wicket.
So Isuru Ayesh departing for 16 runs of 17 balls. A thick top edge, I would say. Just a ball went right more than. Just right went up. Didn't clear the ground well.
That's a very, very good catch indeed. Do you know who the catcher is?
I think that is
number 7.
That is Jeevan.
Okay. So Jeevan Samarasena. So Nilupal Bimsara caught Jeevan Samarasena. Bowled Amila Kodikara. And that's the score moves on to 30 for the loss of 2 wickets. They were looking for a couple of hits, but not to be. They've lost a wicket. So I think the power play is literally won by the Kandy boys. 30 for 2. They're on top right now. Of course, I'm told that the Colombo bats fairly deep. So there is more batting to come. But right now, I would say the Kandy is on top. Colombo chasing 144. 30 for 2. The new ban in is Tarindu Kalinga.
Tarindu Kaling, the captain of the Colombo team. Tarindu Kalinga, he had a good season. He had a good knock of century during the last law medical encounter. There's a law medical encounter going on between the doctors and lawyers for the last 20 years, which is pretty competitive. So in the last game, after so many years, the doctors won that, and Tarindu played a sheet role in that, playing the anchor role of 1 century.
Okay.
So he's a person who can handle the game. So let's see how he does it.
Yeah, so I think a captain's knock is required, isn't it?
Exactly, he has to play the role here. 2 wickets are down in the first 5 overs, 30 runs, and you have another 100 runs to get in 15 overs.
114 to be precise.
114 to be precise.
Yep. So that's a fairly, I mean, it is still achievable in T20 cricket. I mean, 14 overs, 114 runs required. So we are looking at a required run rate of around, what, about 8?
About, now it has moved up to 8. It was 7 before.
Correct.
Current run rate is 5 and required run rate is 8.14.
Yep, there we go. Now this is Dinit Lakpriya being brought into the attack. Another left arm spinner coming in. Right arm. It's nicely pushed towards the short extra cover region of short mid-off region. I think with that, I would like to invite Dr. Vinay Ariyaratne over here to the commentary box. Very welcome, sir.
Thank you.
To give a little introduction to Vinay Ariyaratne, if people who know the Sarvodaya Foundation, he's the son of Dr. Ariyaratne. So you would want to say a few words over here about this doctors cricket match and how things are panning out right now.
Yeah, so actually I got connected because I was the immediate past president. I'm the immediate past president of Sri Lanka Medical Association. So I think, the doctors are not just healers. They are also, they have a lot of talents from sports to arts and music and all that. So Sri Lanka Medical Association being the apex medical association professional body in Sri Lanka for doctors, which includes all doctors, that is doctors working in the government sector as well as the other sectors. So we always promote development of talent, and also sports itself is an important part of well-being.
Correct. And that's what I said. You said doctors are not healers, and you said doctors are also into sports, but sports is also part of healing process.
Exactly. So the tournament is very important to SLMA, and last year Sri Lanka Cricket recognized it as a Premier League. So I think it's a very important milestone in the work that Sri Lanka Medical Association have been doing for so many years, and we are also bringing doctors from all over Sri Lanka. I mean that's the important part of it. It's not just one team, but also the regional teams.
Correct. I'm told that look, obviously there are 5 teams over here, but even if you have 5 teams, I think they're being represented by multiple districts. That's an overthrow, a single as well. But is there a chance of a second run? Not really. Managed to curtail to just 1 run. But I believe there is also. Again, I was telling in the morning as well. There was even I remember there was even a international doctors tournament as well, which happened, or rather, is it the doctors law? Last year something happened at the Coast Cricket Ground. I remember that.
Yes, as it was mentioned by Professor Chaturanga, the annual law medical cricket match that has been there for 20 years, and that was it. And also some of our doctors took part in international tournaments as well. So I think that's what probably you are referring to.
One, I think, yeah, of course.
Dr. Rajiv.
Rajiv went for the World Cup. That's one. But I think there was also a South Asian, some doctors lawyers tournament which happened somewhere last year.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's. I think I don't know if it was more lawyers. I think it was doctors and lawyers both together, something like that. Anyway. So I think good to see the people from other professions, not only cricketers, people from other professions taking up the sport as well.
Yeah.
Are there any plans to bring up any other sports as well, or going to sort of stick to only cricket?
No, at the moment we are sticking to cricket, but also we have a sports committee which also are encouraging other forms of the athletes and all that are also involved. But for the moment, as an organized national event, it's the cricket tournament. Yeah.
All right. I think, Amila Kodikara back into the attack. Bowling his second over. He had a very good first over. He got an important breakthrough in the last over. That's nicely pushed towards the... Oh, that's a chance of a run out. Oh, that's a miss. That's again a poor throw indeed. Very, very poor throw indeed. A good throw to the hands of the bowler. It could have been curtains for the batter over there. Tarindu Kalinga would have been walking back to the pavilion if not for that poor throw. That was a very, very poor throw indeed. He tried for the direct hit. He shouldn't have gone for that. He should have just thrown it into the hands of the bowler and could have whipped the bails off. That was a very, very poor fielding. That's again a single. Sorry, no run scored. 36. This is the 8th over in progress. I'm not very clear about the Colombo's plans. They've been way too slow. They need to sort of go back, go behind, go into the attacking mode. They're not really doing that. They're kind of playing too slow cricket, I would say. A few singles here and there. The asking rate is scraping up. They can't let this asking rate creep up to large proportions. It's 7.4 overs. Then they've only scored 37 runs. They're going at about almost at 5 and over. That's again outside the off-stump. Ball was angled in. It was too short for that shot. They could have come on the front foot and played it on the offside. He was just going for that back cut, but it was it was not too short actually. It was a little too full, and there was not enough space. He was cramped for space and no runs at all. This is good bowling by Amila Kodikara. That's chipped on the onside. That's again a single. That's again a very lazy or lame kind of shot. There's no intent at all. I think the Colombo strikers, or the Colombo Super Kings CSK, they really should make a move on right now. The required rate has gone up to 9 or almost 8.83, and that's not going to be easy on this wicket as the day progresses. So, Doctor, are there any plans? Is there anything else you would want to share in terms of what's coming up? Are there any new plans coming up, more from from a socializing perspective by the doctors, as well as how do you see them interacting or mixing up with the other professionals as well?
Yeah, and also we want to really through sports improve the health of doctors themselves, because some of these doctors are really working around the clock and sometimes they neglect their own health. So we want to promote physical activity, and also of course this year Dr. Ananda Vijay Vikram is the president, and he also has plans, and we have an annual doctors concert as well with our annual sessions.
And anything for the ladies? We could see that the gents are playing cricket, but anything for the
ladies also? We have now a cricket tournament also. For the
that's nice.
Ladies.
That's
yes,
interesting.
Yes.
That's very interesting indeed. I mean, this is the day and age where ladies cricket or women's cricket is gaining prominence, and Sri Lanka has done fairly well in the Asia Cup, beating India for the first time. I mean, that's a good shot indeed. Played towards the point or sweeper cover region. That's a single. They're gone for second run. That's again poor throw, a bad overthrow, and again there's no backup as well. So an easy run being given. 40. The score moves on to 40. Dinit Lakpriya the bowler. 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. Isuru Ayesh and Tarindu Kalinga at the wicket. Isuru Ayesh on 21 of 23 balls. He's been batting fairly all right, but again there's no intent. It's just that just prodding along for singles. But possibly I think it's time to get a few big hits. It's nicely played, nicely driven towards the long on region for a single. Again on international cricket, Sri Lanka started off very well, but seems to be fading away a little bit. 111 for the loss of 4 wickets. They lost the fourth wicket of Sadira Samaravikram just a while ago. And now at the wickets we have Charit Asalanka and Charit Lianage. They both had the wicket, 2 capable batsmen. Sri Lanka 111 for 4 in 27 overs. I think judging by that's a good stop by the bowler over here with Dinit Lakpriya. Managed to put his boot, putting his body on line, showing some soccer skills, possibly the first soccer skill which got succeeded today. Oh, that's dangerous. That is dangerous. He could have easily dislocated something over there. Good running. That's good running indeed. A good hard throw probably would have had him in trouble, but again this is Doctors League, and I think that's a good run. That's taken on the full. That's lobbed. Oh my God, that's a simple catch indeed. That was a lollipop in terms of offered to the batter. The batter in return offered a lollipop to the keeper. So it's one batter returning the favor to the other. That's the big scalp of skipper. That's a big wicket of skipper. And that's a big game changer indeed. 43 for 3. CSK really struggling. That was angling out from leg to off slightly, but it's still taken on the full. He was just trying to go too far across, too finer. Possibly would have been better off playing it towards the mid-wicket region with a slightly straighter bat. Dinit Lakpriya takes the prize scalp of Tarindu Kalinga. And that's 43 for the loss of 3 wickets. Caught by Udesh Jayasundara, bowled Dinit Lakpriya for 7. The CSK boys are really struggling at the moment. Kandy right on top. They're still adrift 100 by 101 runs. CSK, they have to score that in 767 deliveries. The run rate has, for the first time, has gone beyond 9 rather. It's 9.04. The new man in, Gihan Attanagoda, took a few good catches as well. The wicket-keeper batsman. A lot is expected from him. He seems to be a fairly accomplished batsman. He scored a high score of 58. He scored 452 runs in 27 innings. And as an average of 18.08, not so great. But as a strike rate of 69.11. That's nicely placed towards the deep mid-on region or long-on region for a single. A confident-looking shot. That's at the end of over number 9. The score moves on to 44 for the loss of 3 wickets. Isru Ahesh on 22 and Gihan Attanagoda on 1. Change in bowling. This is Amila Maduragoda from the far end. Right arm off spin. That's short again. Missed out. He could have possibly put it on for a single. Slightly miscued towards the extra cover region for no run. Look at that background. Look at that background. The backdrop is absolutely beautiful. It's again another fumble, and another single. That's again goes for that big hike off the inside edge, inside half of the bat. It was generous. It's a generously tossed up delivery. Went all the way through, all the way up. Amila Maduragoda. Amila really tossing it up. That's down the track towards the long off region. That's 4 runs. That's a 4 runs indeed. Again, a bit of poor fielding, I would say. It's way too lazy indeed. The doctors need to pull up a little bit more. The doctors from Kandy this time. I guess we should possibly have a doctor's soccer league as well, because we could see some soccer skills being attempted over here. Probably it would be good to have a doctor's soccer league as well. Doctors don't try that with the don't try that with the leather ball, because that would hurt your shin. Not the right thing to do. A welcome boundary for the boys from Colombo. A good delivery. Good delivery. Shooting off the pace of the pitch a little bit. Dragged it down. Earlier one, he tossed it up. It went for the boundary. So decides to sort of fire it in a little bit. Varying his pace. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot indeed. That is a big hit. That's a welcome 6. That was in the slot. That wasn't a bad delivery, to be honest. I mean, that was just tossed up a little bit, inviting the batsman. The batsman was up to the task. He just came down the track and smacked it over the bowler's head for a 6. Yes, it wasn't. It just came down, made it into a half volley, and off she goes. That's a big hit indeed. That's some good momentum for the Colombo strikers, or rather Colombo Super Kings. That was an expensive over from Amila. Yep, Amila Madura got to give away 11 runs. 55 for the loss of 3 wickets in 10 overs, halfway down the chasing, halfway down the mark. It's at the halfway mark, it's 10 overs, 55 runs, still another 99 runs. Sorry, another 89 runs required. In 10 overs, the required rate is 8.9. Now we're taking a small drinks break. Seeing a lovely view of the country, the rocks, the greens, the misty mountains. It's absolutely stunning. Whoever is watching there from overseas or from any parts of the world, you got to come and visit this country. This is absolutely stunning indeed. Look at the views. Look at those shots. Look at those mountains. Look at those rocks, the greeneries, the lakes, the beaches. You got everything over here. Yep, that's single again. Dinit Lakpriya to commence his second over. This is after the drinks break. I think the last over gave a little bit of hope to the Colombo Super Kings. They got a few runs over there, 6 and a boundary and a few singles as well. It's a loud appeal. That's a loud appeal. Possibly pitched outside the leg stump. Let's wait. Look a little close. But possibly 2 reasons. One could be that it pitched outside the leg stump, and possibly slightly higher as well. But let's see. Let's wait and watch. No, that's a little too high, I would say.
Yes, bit upish. And slightly maybe outside of the leg stump.
Goes for that. Fired outside the off stump. Going for that cut. And no run. 56 for the loss of 3 wickets. 10.3 overs. Dinit Lakpriya really bring it back again after that last over from Amila. Amila went for 11 runs in the last over, but Dinit Lakpriya is bringing it back again. I think Colombo looking to up the ante. Yep, that's a good shot. Punch towards the sweeper cover region. That's a single. The score moves on to 57 for the loss of 3. Gihan Attanagoda on 3 and Isuru Ayesh on 33.
So the required run rate rising to 9.3. They need another good over.
It's a good shot again. Driven very firmly towards the long off region. That's another single. I think now they need to start planning, possibly go after the first couple of deliveries, and then sort of do some strike rotation. Get about 8, 9 and over. Keep abreast on the run rate before launching it in. At least they got to get about 6, 7, 8 runs and over, before they start launching. That's a big hit. Nope. So it's again a full toss. Hit straight to the mid-on region. A single. A slight fumble, I think, enables them to get a single. That's at the end of over number 11. The score moves on to 59 for the loss of 3 wickets. Still another. The required run rate is 9.44. It's creeping ever so slowly and steadily. 9 more overs to go. They got to score 85 runs.
Kandy has been doing really well with their bowling, I would say. They've been consistent, and they've been keeping the rate low and bowling to the line and length. Isuru Ayesh playing a role. 32 balls, 32 deliveries and 34 runs, almost run a ball. And Gihan Attanagoda coming 3 down as number 5, 4 runs for last 5 balls. You need 85 runs from 54 balls. So Amila Kodikara is the next bowler for his 3rd over.
I think Isuru Ayesh has taken such a lot of time to score his 34. I think it's part of the reason for this low rate. Now he has to finish it off. He has to stay in there and finish it off. There's no point in, if he gets out now, it'll be a problem. He has taken 32 deliveries to score 34 runs. He must have got his eye in right now. He's got the measure of the pitch as well. So he got to stay on. He got to step up and then finish it off as well. Otherwise, that innings will be wasted. So it's 60 for the loss of 3 wickets. Amila Kodikara back into. He's been bowling very well, Amila Kodikara. So far, 2 overs and just given away 2.2 overs, just given away 9 runs.
That's driven away to the long off for 1 run. Now again Isuru is on strike. As you correctly said, yeah, he's the one who is seeing the ball now.
Again goes for that. Goes for the hike towards the long on region, but slightly up towards the mid-wicket region, but I think slightly hit the in half of the bat. Goes towards the square leg, a single. Nevertheless, 62 for the loss of 3 wickets. Isuru Ayesh has to get on, has to kick on. He needs to bat till the end to guide the team for victory. That's slightly too fuller to play that stroke. The back cut. I think today a lot of the batters have attempted the back cut, but with not much of success, I would say. There we go. That's too full. That's
exactly,
really too full.
That's too full to play a cut again.
That's a single. I'd like to see the bowling action of this bowler, Amila Kodikara. Seems to be slightly unconventional at the point of delivery.
Left arm round the wicket. That's hit in the middle.
That's a good shot again towards the long off region. Again a single.
Amila has slightly a wrist action also. He kind of skids the ball with the wrist, and he gets that speed from that. And he has the tall. He's the tall fellow, and he can deliver the ball right towards the block hole. And as talking about conventional, unorthodox bowlers in Sri Lanka, those are the people who have been very successful.
Correct. Yeah, but I think the problem is that we keep on looking for those unorthodox bowlers rather than allowing them to come in and then work on the rest of the bowlers. We've always wanted those unorthodox bowlers. We've had Muralidharan, after Muralidharan, of course, we've had in between Kumar Dharmasena, Jananda Varnavira, a couple of them fairly unorthodox, I would say. Rangana Herath was on the classical mode.
Yes.
But again, now we have Vanindu Hasaranga and Mahesh Deekshana. We don't have. I mean, we're looking for. We're not producing enough and more conventional bowlers who could possibly, because unorthodox is not going to happen every day for you. Unorthodox is going to come in once in a while. We had Lasit Malinga, we have now Nuwan Tushara coming up, we have Matisha Patirana coming up, but that's not the norm. So we got to have more conventional spinners coming in, conventional bowlers coming in. We got to look for those conventional spinners and bowlers. Of course, the likes of, I would say, V.S. Kant or even Jeffrey Vandersey is a fairly orthodox bowler. I missed the name. Akila Dhananjay, he's again another unorthodox bowler. We keep on looking for those. Ajanta Mendes is another one. So I think, whilst it's good to have them, we probably got to have our main supply of generic standard products, which would be supplemented or complemented by this unorthodoxy which creeps in. But if you look at the other teams, possibly say India was a very successful team, they don't have unorthodox bowlers. I mean, they have Jasprit Bumrah. Again, Bumrah at his delivery stride, I think he becomes very orthodox. Though he comes in with a slightly unorthodox action, they don't have too many unorthodox bowlers. They have possibly Bumrah, and then maybe if you look at any other countries, they probably don't have too many unorthodox bowlers.
The problem of unorthodoxy is, of course, coming as a doctor's perspective, there's a high injury risk. When there's continuous bowling on unorthodox way, there is a possibility of injury all the time.
That's absolutely right. And I would say even Wanindu Hasaranga is a fairly unorthodox bowler, isn't it? I mean, he's not a conventional leg spinner. He bowls a little front on, I would say.
Yes.
Possibly
front on action. Yeah.
And possibly two front on and not a classical side on action, which is more conventional and possibly less injury risk as well, isn't it? I mean, with the front on action.
Yeah, when it comes to the spinners, of course, the injury rate is low compared to pace bowlers because the stride and the impact is less. But still, they get a lot of groin injuries when the twist is mainly happening around the groin region and the back.
There we go.
So Jeevan delivering his first over. 2 balls to go. 2 balls have all been bowled.
Yep.
2 runs.
2 balls, 2 runs, 66 for the loss of 3 wickets. Isuru Ayesh, 38 of 36. Gyanatanagoda on 7. But I think on the good side, possibly Sri Lanka is getting more unorthodox bowlers because we let them develop rather than we changing them. We don't really change them. We don't try to modify the actions, modify stuff. We just give them encourage them to sort of come up in their own way, which is a good thing as well. Whereas if these bowlers are born in say England or Australia, or whatever, they would have gone with the copybook textbook kind of stuff and try to modify and ruin them as well. So, which is a good thing.
Exactly. That's Siddle. Again, another 1 run from the mid-on region. Slightly misfield, but there is only 1 run.
Yep, that was again. I think it was not from the middle of the bat. It seems to be from the inside half of the bat. If you possibly look at the replay, you'll see that. That's where I think it went a little bit more squarer than what the batter intended to. It just took the inner half and sort of went away. So it's 68 for the loss of 3. Run rate has gone up. Required rate has gone up beyond 10 now. It's 10.36 is what the required run rate is. 12.4 over 68 for 3. That's played towards the point region. Could be 2 runs, is it right? Nope. It's only a single. The singles is not going to help the Colombo Super Kings. I'm afraid they got to go for the boundaries now. 69 for 3. Isuru Ayesh on 40 of 38 deliveries. He's held the batting together. But somebody has to go after the bowling. Possibly Isuru Ayesh has to go after the bowling, or maybe they have to have a chat. Gyanatanagoda has to go after, and then Isuru Ayesh to rotate the strike to give that stability. That's it. There we go. That's a good shot. Shown some intent by Atanagoda, but again a single. 13 overs gone. 70 for the loss of 3 wickets. It's good tight bowling by the boys from Kandy. They are looking good for the first title. They lost to Colombo last time. They lost the league.
They won actually last time. They are the defending champions.
My apologies. Yeah, they are the defending champions, and they are set to win the tournament again. They've already beaten Colombo in the last year's tournament and also in the current years in the league phase as well. So they seem to be having an edge over Colombo.
They've become arch rivals over the years. They've been meeting at the finals more often.
Yeah, Colombo and Kandy has always been arch rivals, isn't it? in whatever sport it be. Like, we've seen rugby, Royal versus Trinity, absolute arch rivals. Kandy play in rugby, playing against any club in Colombo are considered arch rivals.
They were geographical rivals, I would say.
There we go. But of course, it's healthy rivalry.
Yes. So 42 balls left. You have 74 runs to win. And on the strike, Gihan Attanagoda and 9 runs. And Isuru Ayesh has 40. Amila Kodikara.
Again, goes for that sweep. Towards the square leg region, I think the idea is good. But the execution wasn't really right. The field is open over here. There's no fielder set in the square leg region.
There's a deep square leg.
Not on this. That's played towards mid wicket or square leg region for a single. Yes. Sorry, the fine leg is vacant. He could have gone for a little bit of a paddle. But yes, there is a deep square leg set over there, and there is a deep mid wicket as well. The field is that there is deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. And there's hardly anyone stopping a single on the onside except for the mid wicket, and that mid wicket is also right on the edge of the circle.
Stepping out, that might clear the boundary. Yes, it's 4 runs.
That's a very good shot indeed.
It's 4 runs.
That's an absolutely good shot indeed. It pierced that gap. It was not a big gap, by the way. It just picked it to perfection. Rolled wrist over and picked it to perfection. That's a boundary after a while.
I think Isuru has identified his role now. He has to go after it if they are going to win.
Correct. The required run rate is well above 10, and he has to really go after it. 44.
Again stepping out. He misses it, and that's the end of Isuru Ayesh. 44 runs, 39 balls, stumped by the keeper from the Kandy side. So good bowling from Amila.
It's a very, very good bowling. I think he slowed it down a little bit, pulled the length back a little bit as well. He knew that Isuru is going to come at him. That's why he really pulled the length back slightly, ever so slightly, and slowed it down as well. I think it was a spongy bounce as well. It just sort of stuck in the pitch a little bit, and it's an easy stumping. The batsman was nowhere. He was actually in the no man's land. Isuru Ayesh, a good knock, 44 of 40. Stumped by Udesh Jayavikrama. Stumped by Udesh off the bowling of Amila Kodikara. .75 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's a big wicket indeed. The set batsman out. Ayesh out for 44. And the new man in is Achinta Taraka. Let's see what Achinta Taraka can do. He has to use the long handle. That's good bowling by Amila Kodikara. Loud appeal by the keeper. That's loud appeal by the keeper. He was very, very confident indeed. Let's see what happens. This is the previous delivery. The batsman nowhere near the pitch of the delivery. Missed it completely, and he's stumped by a mile. 6 overs to go and another 69 runs required. It's getting tougher and tougher for the Colombo Super Kings. Back in the international scene, Sri Lanka 136 for the loss of 4 wickets. Charis Atalanka on 25 and Janit Lienage on 12. trying to stitch a partnership in 32.5 overs. Slightly slow going. I think there are 17.1 overs left. Sri Lanka should be looking at about another 100 runs at least. 136 for the loss of 4 wickets. Asalanka on 25 and Janit Liyanagi on 12. Back to action at the Welagedara Stadium. It's 75 for the loss of 4 wickets. It's an uphill task for the Colombo Super Kings. That's a good shot indeed. That's a good shot. Pumped back behind the bowler for a single. Jeevan Samarasena into his second over now. Given away 7 runs so far. Achinta Taraka here to open his account and Gyanatanagoda on 11. 68 runs required of 35 deliveries. They need a few boundaries over here. But Jeevan Samarasena has been very miserly in his bowling good areas, good lines and good lengths, taking pace off the delivery as well. Right arm over the stumps to Achinta Taraka. It's again trying to play it on the onside, going for that cross-batted swipe. Another single. The singles aren't really going to hurt the batter, hurt the fielding side. 77 for the loss of 4. This is the 15th over in progress. Another 5 overs after these 34 deliveries to go. 67 runs required. Is that a wide? Not really. I think the batter moved away. That's a dot ball. Very, very important dot ball for Jeevan Samarasena. 77 for the loss of 4 wickets. That's pumped towards the mid-wicket region. Sorry, deep long on region. That's 2 runs. They really need some big hit. Jeevan Samarasena not giving any pace at all. He's been really he's really bowling into the pitch, not giving away any pace, any width. And it's been very difficult to get away with. 79 for the loss of 4 wickets. They're playing this match at the Kurunegala Welagedara Stadium, a lovely cricketing stadium indeed. Again on the front foot into the gap, but that's 2 more runs again. A useful 2, but still not sufficient. They've so far only scored 6 runs out this over. Another 1 more ball to go. The required run rate, there's more than 12 right now. 63 runs required of 31 deliveries. Jeevan Samarasena in the middle of a good spell. 1.5 overs, not for 12. It's again keeping it nice and straight. Good shot over good length. Yep, they're coming back for the second run. I think the batter is in. It's a direct hit. Good fielding by the bowler. Took the ball and relayed the throw, but the batsman is in, giving a good dive. So that's 2 more runs again. 83 for the loss of 4 wickets. This is at the end of over number 15. It's 83 for 4. 5 more overs to go and 61 runs required. Yep, there we go. That's a good pickup by the bowler. Oh, that's very close indeed. That was very, very close indeed. Possibly the batter was just in, but that's very close. But like to see another replay if possible. That would have been a tough one for the third umpire. But again, good athleticism shown by the doctors, the batting side doctors, diving around at this day and age with their profession. That's good commitment shown over there. Interesting to see. There is a new bowler being introduced into the attack, which is Taraka Wickremake. Taraka brought into the attack has a best bowling of 5 for 46. Is that right? Yes. Seems to be a fairly accomplished bowler, but being brought in at towards the latter part of the game. Seems to be a death over specialist. Is that right? Yes. Let's see how it goes. That's a big hit indeed. That's a big hit. That is a wonderful hit. That's a 6. That's a very welcome 6 indeed. Taraka Wickremake going short on the first delivery, drifting towards the pad, and that's been punished by Achinta Taraka. That's a good hit. 6 runs. That's a half tracker. That's an absolute half tracker. Pace on as well. Pulled it on the front foot. That's a good 6 indeed. That's another hit. That's another good hit indeed.
That has
That's
cleared
another
the
6.
boundary. Another 6. 2 sixes from 2 balls. Taraka Wickremake getting a real hit here.
Yep, that's another 6 indeed. 2 consecutive sixes. It seems it is a comeback by the boys from Colombo. Taraka Wickremake scored 44 runs when the Kandy team batted, but he seems to be giving away. He seems to have given away 12 runs so far in the first 2 deliveries. So this is going to be a big over, and Colombo will be looking forward to making it as big. And Kandy would like to finish it off without much of a damage. Required rate has dropped down to 10.5 now. 2 big sixes by Achinta Taraka.
You need 49 runs from 28 balls. So they have 6 wickets in hand. Another 6 maybe. It's a 4 runs. A boundary for Achinta Taraka again. So it's 6-6.4.
Yep, that's a good comeback. Good comeback by Achinta Taraka. I mean, the Colombo Super Kings, the 2 short balls, drag downs were deposited over the square leg region for 6, and now it's over wide long on. That's for another 4 runs. Couple of bouncers into the fence for 16 runs of the over so far. 2 more balls to go. Let's see where we end up with. Taraka Wickremake under pressure. It's nicely played towards the long on region for a single. It's the 100 up for the Colombo Super Kings. 100 for the loss of 4 wickets is 15.5 overs. The required run rate is still at 10.56 despite the 17 run over so far. Let's see whether Taraka Wickremake can finish this over without much damage. That's again another single. That's another single going. Will they go for the second? Yes, they are. They're going for the second as well. Oh no, not really. It's a good call by the non-striker. There we go. They got the run again. They got the run. The second run. That was over the ricochet of the wicketkeeper's pads and the stumps. That's 2 runs. 19 runs of the over so far. 19 runs of the over of the Taraka Wickremake over. That's a big over. That's the over they were looking at. 24 balls to go in and 42 runs required. The required run rate of 10.5. Professor, that's the over which I think the Colombo Super Kings were looking for.
That's the over they were looking for. Came a bit late, but it came. We have another 4 overs to go. 24 balls to spare. And I think the Kandy captain must be having a discussion. Who's the next bowler who's going to come in? Looks like Jeevan. The right arm medium pace. Yes, so what do you think of the next 4 overs? 24 balls to go. You have 6 wickets in hand, Colombo. And I think Achinta is middling the ball well for the moment. Gyan has been anchoring. So should they both go for this, or would one go for it?
I think they probably will have to, both of them will have to go for it, because there are 6 more wickets in hand, not many deliveries. The required run rate has gone up to 10.5. So I think they probably will have to go both of them will have to go after it. Maybe, but I have a feeling that Gyan Atanagoda might rotate the strike a little bit more for the next couple of overs, and Achinta Taraka will go after the bowling. But my opinion, if you really ask me, I think they both have to go after the bowling, because I don't think they have any time to waste any deliveries at all. Now it's Jeevan Samarasena back into the attack. It's a big hit towards the long on region. Is there going to be a catch? It's up in the air. Not really. It falls safe. That's 2 runs.
It fell in the middle of the 2 fielders.
Let's also look at the bowling options what they have. There are 4 more overs to go. I mean, Jeevan Samarasena is bowling his 3rd over, so he probably have 1 more. And then after that, who's going to bowl will be very interesting. I think Dilip Lakpriya will bowl 1. He has 1 more over to go.
That's Apesh, but fall short. 2 runs, good running between wickets by the Colombo.
That's very good running indeed, and possibly I thought the fielder could have attempted a catch. It's probably 50-50 in my opinion.
Yes.
But I would like to look at who the bowlers are going to be. I think, yes, right now, the Sunit Sudarshan has 1 over left. Possibly he will get 1. And Dinit and Amilas, and Jeevan Samarasena has 1 more after this. So I'm guessing that he's going to get 1 more as well. So it'll be interesting to see as to who are the bowlers who are going to bowl the other 2 balls. That's a misfield. It's a very poor misfield indeed. It was right between his legs, or rather it went underneath him, and that's 4 runs. That's a gift. That's a gift offered by the bowler as well as the fielder. It was a juicy full toss and went drifting between the legs.
Exactly. It's a loose delivery on your leg stump and hit towards the fine leg, and the short fine leg couldn't stop it. So going away for 4 runs.
Yep.
Colombo moving up to 110 for 4 wickets.
The game is getting interesting now. 8 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Achinta Taraka giving that much needed oomph. He's taking it up. He's taking up to the bowlers with those 2 sixes of Taraka, and now he's going after Jeevan Samarasena. There we go. He's
plays and misses.
He's made his intent very clear. Showed his intent very clear. He's going to go after it. He's really going to go after it. And he's been successful so far. 26 of 12 deliveries.
Another 2 deliveries left in the Jeevan spell. It's a short ball. It's bit upish. It's taken. Oh, he drops it. 2 runs. Again, another possibility of a run out. No, they takes it.
Yep, that was way too short. I think possibly it almost pitched in front of the non-striker.
Exactly.
That was way too
looking
short.
For the leg umpire's call. That's a difficult chance. That's Manatunga, the captain, running back towards his right.
That run out should have been taken, to be honest.
That should have been taken.
But
yes,
that's a bad throw, by the way.
Yes.
Can't help it. Rasitha Manatunga, the captain. There we go. Let's see what Jeevan Samarasena is going to do in the last delivery. Again, that's way too short. Again, miscued. Again, miscued. I think that was an opportunity missed by the batting side. Should have deposited it over the boundary line. He really missed out. I think they're trying to hit it too hard, and they just got 2 runs. I think that should have been a 4 or a 6. But anyway, it's 114 for the loss of 4 wickets. 3 more overs to go, and 30 runs required. Exactly 10.00 the required rate. Jeevan Samarasena It's a pretty poor over. I think he was been pitching it way too short. Maybe he was trying to ball into the pitch to take a little pace off, but I think that was not working out at all.
Yeah, the batsman was playing good in the full length. Maybe he wanted to take the short pitch and maybe struggle him a bit. I think it worked well, even though it cost 4 runs.
Yeah, but I mean it was miscued anyway. So
yeah, two chances been missed.
Correct. So it shows that it's going to be Taraka Wickremesinghe again. Is it right? Interesting.
That's interesting.
After going for 19 runs, so he must be having something in him. He must be a good death bowler. Just that he had a one off-color over. Let's see what he's going to do. Is this a risk being taken by the Kandy boys, or is it being brave? There we go. Taraka Wickremesinghe to bowl to Gihan Attanagoda going to take strike. So earlier I think it was Achinta Taraka. So this time it's Gihan Attanagoda. Goes over at set. Oh, that really worked indeed.
That worked
indeed. Gihan Attanagoda skewed it towards the short third man region, and that's a good catch as well overhead, and a good wicket for Taraka Wickremesinghe.
So Taraka Wickremesinghe strikes. Gihan Attanagoda departs. It's a thick outside edge, going to the captain and holding it fairly safely. That's what he has wanted, I would say. Gihan Attanagoda caught Rasitha Manatunga, bowled Taraka Wickremesinghe.
Yes, indeed. That's a good breakthrough. I think it seems to be a bold move to bring in Taraka Wickremesinghe, and that has worked as well.
Very courageous move.
Very courageous move. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, Achinta Taraka was not on strike. It was Gihan Attanagoda. So now let's see what Nishanta Karunaratne could do. Again,
Nishanta Karunaratne has been a power hitter. He normally comes towards down in the line. Normally plays in this number 7, 8 positions, and at the end he normally have been pretty decent knocks. He has been a closer of the game. Let's see how we can do this. He's a very experienced contender, one of the most experienced in this crowd. Let's see how he does it.
Yep, he got 17 balls to prove his experience. That's nicely played. It was fired in. I think that's what possibly Taraka Wickremesinghe was looking for. In the previous over, he couldn't do that, but this time I think he just got into the block hole. A very ardent fan, really focused on cricket over there.
We have had some colourful supporters in the stands to see the Doctors Cricket League. Again, he bowls him. Taraka Wickremesinghe strikes again.
And Taraka Wickremesinghe, I think, pointing something towards somebody. He's trying to prove a point. Was it to the umpire by any chance?
He has bowled him. There's nothing to prove.
He's showing some actions. There was some gesture which was going on. Yep. He's proved his captain, right?
That's a slow ball, I would say. That's a slow ball. Going straight, and he misses it.
Yep. I think he's telling his captain that I told you, give me the ball and I'll do it for you. So 2 wickets over so far. Earlier the momentum changed, and now again it's changing back to, and that's the hard hitting Achinta Taraka as well. So
2 new batsmen in the middle now. You have 15 balls, 29 runs to score to get the Doctors Cricket League Final Championship for 2024.
Yep, so 29 runs required. The dangerous Achinta Taraka has been dismissed as well, and that's where I think the bowler was very ecstatic because he did go after the bowling in the previous over with a couple of sixes and a boundary as well. So now it's sweet revenge. 2 wickets, and it was an absolutely good delivery, right in the block hole. Slightly slow as well, possibly dipped a little bit. Let's see what Achinta Ranasinghe can do. Now we have two new batters. Achinta Ranasinghe with just about to face his first delivery, and Nishanta Karunaratne just has faced one delivery.
It's Achinta Ranasinghe on strike. That's
the wicket number 3. That's going to be the wicket number 3. That's a good catch.
That's a splendid catch. It's taken well.
This is a game-changing over. This is an absolutely game-changing over.